봐도 물러설 수 없는 상황이라네. 벼랑 끝에 서더라도 살아내야 한다네. 바람을 타고 날아갈 거야. 포기하지 마. Stay away, stay away. Shout inside. Believe in your destiny. I am invincible. Where my dreams are, where my dreams are. Shout inside. I'm invincible. Light on my way. Light on my way. Shout inside. Believe in your destiny. I am invincible. Where my dreams are, where my dreams are. Light on my way. 더 강하게. Light on my way.
하나, 둘, 셋. 안녕하세요, 와이비입니다. 네, 이번에 에픽7 음악에 참여하게 되었습니다. 반갑습니다. 재밌게 작업을 해서 즐거웠고요. 오랜만에 좀 강한 락을 이 게임의 어떤 색깔 때문에 만들게 되어서 아주 신나는 일이었습니다. 네.
일단은 되게 재밌게 작업했고, 그러니까 저희가 잘하는 사운드와는 조금 좀 거리가 있는 그런 사운드였는데 후반 작업할 때 좀 이것저것 많이 시도를 해봤어요. 그런 점이 되게 재밌었고 후반 작업에서 저희가 잘 하지 않는 시도들을 좀 해봤는데 결과가 좋아서 되게 만족스럽고 또 하나의 뭔가 팁을 얻은 것 같아서 되게 좋은 경험이었습니다.
곡 만들 때 이제 어떤 스타일로 만들면 좋겠을까를 제작진분들과 논의할 때 많이 강했으면 좋겠다라고 말씀해 주셨고요. 그런 어떤 토너먼트의 뭐 등장 음악 같은 그런 느낌이었으면 좋겠다. UFC 같은 거 보면서 그 등장 음악을 좀 참고를 많이 했었고 가사는 게임을 검색을 해서 봤더니 싸우는 게임이어서 내가 더 우월하다라는 걸 좀 과시할 수 있는 강한 가사를 좀 써봤습니다. 호준 씨가 얘기했던 것처럼 저희 YB의 그런 어떤 음악 성향과 가사 성향과는 사뭇 다른 그런 작업이어서 오히려 더 그게 재밌었던 것 같아요. 인빈시블까지는 아니지만 그래도 한국에서 27년 동안 밴드를 했으니까 오래 하고 있다. 예, 잘 살고 있다. 라고까지는 얘기할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 예. 이제 게임을 하다가 질 수도 있잖아요. 졌을 때 이 음악을 듣고 다시 하자. 좀 포기하지 말자. 꼭 이기고 말 테야. 뭐 이런.
저희 YB의 몫이 이제 에픽7에 관한 그 음악에 관한 이제 한 50%를 저희들의 몫이었다면 이제 유저분들이 과연 이게 어떻게 느끼면서 음악을 하게 되실지 저도 직접 게임에 참여하면서 같이 느껴보겠습니다. 기대됩니다.
네, 에픽7 게임 즐겁게 하시고요. 저는 게임 중독이 좀 심했어서 사실 지금 저는 게임을 끊고 있는 상태인데 한번 저도 도전해 보겠습니다.
예, 저희가 만든 음악과 게임과 아주 매칭이 잘 되어서 게임 하실 때 아주 즐겁게 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 또 기회가 된다면 저희가 락 페스티벌에서 또 할 수도 있으니까 게임 하시다가 답답하시면 페스티벌에 오셔서 같이 싸우진 마시고 헤드뱅잉 하시다가 가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 네.
Okay, I hope you guys go wild with Epic7, and I hope our music makes a difference for you. And the most important thing, enjoy.
네, 에픽7 많이 사랑해 주시고요. 그리고 YB가 만들어 드린 에픽 세븐의 음악 인빈서블도 많이 사랑해 주십시오. 감사합니다.
Welcome everyone to day number 2 of Epic 7 World Arena Championship. My name is G. Clev, will be the host again throughout the tournament. And of course, I'm not going to be here alone. We do have 2 great casters, will be Kana and Jenazat. Welcome again, it is day 2 and it's time for Asia this time. How excited are you guys to get into Asia with all these players?
We have a pretty good day today. Asia's a lot more aggressive of a region, so we might see some faster games. We'll see.
Yep. I am definitely expecting a bit more tempo, a bit more aggression for today. So I'm excited. The matches should be quick, definitely spicy, and we'll see what happens.
Oh yeah, very excited. Of course, depending on the region, do have somewhat of a different meta. Yesterday, we got to see lots of different picks, pocket picks. Straws never made it, but did see once in the draft some Pirate Flan. Maybe we'll see some different heroes because there are still lots of heroes that could come up as, especially a 4th, 5th pick. I think that's really the highlight pick that we're always looking at during the draft. But it's Asia. We'll have the 16 players again everyone made it on time, should be ready to go. Should be about the same. So before we actually go into the matches, again, we have the overview ready just in case you guys forgot. So let's take a look at what the tournament is all about. And again, welcome to E7 World Arena Championship. Champion will be getting $50,000 prize. So double the championship money from last year. That's big money going to the champion. Of course, runner-up still 20,000, third, fourth, 10,000, fifth to eighth place. Just by making it to the main stage, you get 2.5K. That's a lot of money. Of course, schedule, we are on day number 2, same time. Starting at same time every single day except for just one, because one day we do have Japan and Europe on the same day. So we'll mention that again. Did go through the Korea server yesterday. That was day 1. Today, right below that, it's Asia server. We'll have global next, and then Japan, EU after that in just the first 2 weeks through the qualifier, and then we go into the tournament after the draw. We'll have a week of break in between before we get into the dual tournament, where we go into the best of 5. So about 6 week tournament, and it should be really good. And here we go with the tournament tree. The 2 highlighted on the round of 16, we'll have that on the broadcast today. Do you guys want to share anything about, especially the first match? We do have Omega up there.
Well, I think a lot of us know the players from the first match, especially Omega, Elf Mage, right? But ZodiAtma is also somebody that a lot of people know as well, right? Does a lot of videos and stuff. So, I mean, this match should be pretty big, right? I think both of them have a lot of people rooting for them. I would say Elf Mage is probably one of the big fan favorites, especially on Twitch. And he's also, you know, I think most people would regard him as one of the strongest players on the entire ladder, right?
Yeah, that's correct. What about the second match? Tohsakarin, a very familiar name if you tuned into last year's World Championship. Did make it through a lot of rounds.
Well,
I was going to say,
no,
I think no matter what it is, I think there's been some time, and we kind of saw yesterday, although we were kind of tracking and predicting to see if a lot of the players would pick what they picked from E7 World Championship mode. The characters in the meta has changed a little bit, and I'm kind of curious how Asia will see or will draft, and how the meta will pan out for especially Asia tournament, because I think we're going to see a lot different picks than last night, especially with this bracket.
Maybe some more cleave compared to Korea, and with a lot more speed.
Aggro.
More aggro. That's
Less Valencia, maybe.
more Valencia. Sure thing.
Less Pirate Captain Flan, maybe.
More, you mean more, right? More Valencia?
I don't know.
We'll see.
Well, so yeah, those 2 will be the broadcast of round of 16, and then we go into round of 8. Of course, round of 4, the 2 winners will be moving into the main stage, just like yesterday. And again, let's go through the events. Jenna, do you want to quickly introduce the 15-minute Twitch drops?
Yeah, so all you have to do is watch for 15 minutes and you can get some Twitch drops, which include 3 leaves, and depending on which day, you get some different types of charms. Since it's the Asia server today, it seems like accessory charms today, right? And yesterday was the greater equipment charms. And we have a couple more events, I believe, as well.
Yep, and also leaves every single day. So make sure you tune in more than 15 minutes. And there are Twitch drops happening not just on this stream, but a lot of other streams at the same time. So you can freely go into whichever Twitch drop stream you want, and then watch it for, of course, more than 15 minutes. Welcome. And also on the last day, there's Dian emoji. I noticed that yesterday.
You have to get that. It's got to be the Magical Girl DN emoji, right?
That's exactly what we were going for, right?
Yeah.
And second event, Alcana, would you explain this page?
So from what I've gathered, essentially if you watch the live show right now, and you can prove it to Stove, you actually get 200 energy rewards. So I believe the way it is that I think if you make a post, or if you prove to Stove essentially that you watched it live right now, you can post it onto their site, or I guess if you have like another authenticator. As you can see here, on any of the days, you get 200 energy, and I believe with the SNS, I think you are eligible for a raffle, if I'm correct, or
That's
a giveaway. And you can see there's the Archie plushes, the desk pad, the gallery, and 4 sets of acrylic figures, guys.
I think the acrylic figures might be those ones that they sent to players who have logged in since day one. If you guys have seen those, they're like
Nice.
little chibi
the limited
figures of a
edition
bunch of
package,
characters.
right?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's something else that you should go for. But every single day, you can always, if you do it every
Just for
single
logging
day,
in.
might actually raise your chances if you just by having that up there. And of course, stream gift event. This is what you get if you log in on the last day. Unknown slate, guys. So make sure, of course, you guys log in every single day. So this shouldn't be much of a worry. But just in case, if you forget, you should just at least remember Saturday, Sunday. You should always log in. But of course,
Yeah,
you
those-
guys we log in every single day, so that shouldn't be much of a problem, right?
Of course, of course.
Surely everyone's logged in every single day.
Yes, yes.
Have we ever given out the slate? Basically, that's a.
I think we did.
Maybe
Slates
once.
have been given out. I know there was a apology Smilegate once did where they gave out a slate.
Not from an
But I
event though,
don't-
right? So that's big. That's
Yeah, I don't
basically a
think
free,
so.
Oh, yeah.
free pick your 5-star hero. So that's really big.
Yeah,
So
I
a
mean
lot
it's
of-
basically a dupe.
Yeah,
It's just
so
a dupe of anyone.
A lot of events, though, do not forget that's going on at the same time. You can go back between the streams, and also you can't get multiple drops in one day, but make sure you get at least the day's worth. And we're not gonna stop there. Already on to let's move into the match. Here we go, Omega Elf Mage. This player, what can we say, has one of the higher win rate. Actually, from Asia server, some of these players have insane amount of win rate, like above 80%. And
Yeah,
this guy's not the only
80.1.
person with above 80%.
Oh yeah, he's just sliding in above that 80% at the 80.1. We see the characters he uses. He really likes Amelia, Spectre Tenebra, and Apocalypse Ravi. I think he has a very flexible playstyle as well. He's kind of prepared to play almost any type of playstyle, and that's one of the strengths, I think, to him, is that he knows how to play all of them and is prepared to do that to counter what the opponent goes for.
Just won not too long ago, the global content creator team was the winner, Omega, and his opponent here, ZodiAtma, also another very strong opponent. This is one of the we get to see some really big matchups starting from round of 16. Only one moves up though from this best of 3.
Really
See-
disappointing that they're playing each other because they're both really good players, and you know you'd like to see two really good people make it out.
The thing about ZodiAtma too is that one of Elv's strength is recently Elf Mage has definitely, or Omega rather, has definitely become very, very fast. He tends to play more aggressive and quick, as we mentioned. But Zodi is actually one of the fastest players on the server. He is definitely very scary. It doesn't show here, but his Peira used to be extremely, extremely fast. And for someone like Omega, who really likes to play the faster, aggressive playstyle as well, Zodi might actually have a pretty good matchup into Elf Mage for Omega again. So we'll see what happens, right? And I think it'll be an exciting match. And
Let's see.
I guess we're just going into it. All
And
right.
straight into round of 16, our first match between Omega versus Zodi. Let's see, best of 3. Some amazing things happened last night. It might be the same for Asia. Let's see, we get the first pick. Just waiting for the pre-bans. Only one pre-bans.
Well,
To
I'll
start
definitely
with?
say Zodi is probably going to try and cleave at least one match, and Elf Mage knows that he wants to go aggro and cleave. He knows his playstyle. So he's probably going to just try and hard target ban those units and also pick really like bulky tank up units to try and survive.
Heir
Or
and Dilibet. Oh, whoa,
take your
a
life.
lot of top tier heroes open.
And
Wow.
Rand APOC, yep. Rand
Step
APOC,
back.
it's coming.
Flies.
Yep.
Yeah.
See?
in general, I'd
Something-
say Zodi's draft right here is
I'm
pretty
ready.
strong into it, but Elf Mage is ready. He may have
Oh,
moved some of
sick.
his patches speed gear to his
Here we go
MLB.
with
He's
speed.
going full speed.
Just
Oh my.
a full 180 from yesterday. In game 1, we're
is
already
Speed
seeing
War.
an extremely fast speed race, and this
All
is
right,
exactly
yep,
what I
we're
feel like
going
we're
all in.
missing from yesterday.
In a
Let's
match like
go,
this, it
man.
can come down to speed RNG
And
completely
Chewy.
too.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
boy.
Both players going crazy. Let's see who wins though.
it's gonna be really scary. I'm not sure if ElfMage really wants to race Zodi. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I think that ElfMage had a bit of an advantage with the fact that he was able to double imprint right after Zodi's first picks, right? And not to mention like 2 really big imprints too. He doesn't have to deal with he doesn't have APOC Ravi in his team, so he gets to pick more speed stuff. He just has to make sure that he's able to kill the A Ravi at some point, and he might be able to outspeed Zodi.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at it, it basically does just look like a completely useless right side APOC Ravi here, right? But
Don't worry.
depending on
Mursa.
another
Only
speed
when I
imprint.
will this end.
Oh, okay. Zodi Ancestors one with a character that is going to be hard for ElfMage to deal with. Yeah, and he has to ban that while Zodi takes out an important imprint.
It's 3 imprints
on the left side.
2.
Rand has higher base speed, however, and Zodi's a really fast player that with those imprints it's possible he could outspeed, but that's a huge amount.
The thing to note here though, Jenna, is that even if Rand takes turn 1, it doesn't mean that anything on left side is necessarily going to die. You see, there's 2 grass units, and it's Mursa. So
I think he has to hit Mursa.
Whoa, this is really tough on both sides.
yeah.
Okay, the bans were pretty fast, and here we go. Let's see you guys first turn. Oh, see, Lilius.
Oh my god!
Man.
Oh
and look
my
at
god!
5% faster.
Those in our way.
You gotta think that there might be some speed RNG in there, right? Surely it's not that much
taste.
faster, right?
Oh my god!
Is
He does have the extra speed, but wow. It's possible that ElfMage moves some of his fastest gear to his Lilius just for this type of play, right?
I'll make a meal before
I'm
me.
gonna let you in on a little secret, Jenna.
Always give my all.
He's got enough speed gear to go around. Let's just say that Emma Lilius is a little spooky
Show
in
me what you
speed,
can
but
do.
I mean, the thing is though, like this APOC Robbie has immunity, so there's probably not going to be any like fishy death breaks or anything like that. So he might actually still be okay. It's really gonna come down to how much damage this green Sid does.
Oh,
To
here
the
comes Sid.
I think ElfMage might have like a 310 Lilius or something along those lines.
Yeah, I
With,
do
with,
think
with the
it is about
imprints.
that.
So,
Yeah, and he has more speed imprints.
Yeah.
Shall we go?
yes, Sid does take out 1.
This is my
Just going to get
justice.
skill no
Goldred with
to
Vigor
win.
is definitely killing that Rand.
But it,
Dancing blade.
Leans up the elemental advantage on the left.
Wait
it
a
really
sec.
does look like he's okay though. I guess the Apocalypse Robbie.
Okay, let's
that
do
cut,
this.
How much damage
The
does
break
Mercy
was
do?
The desert has taught me.
What?
22,000 on Proof of Valor. That Vigor attack
And
buff
an
is
instant
instantly
GG
taken
on the
out.
first game. What in the world are we watching, guys?
Wow.
Oh my god.
By the way, I would just like to point out, Zodi has base Ross as his profile picture. That means he's never specially changed Ross, ever. He does not have that unit.
That's crazy. That's,
He has base Ross.
okay, the Ross thing is pretty crazy, but I can't believe Immersa just one-shot an
Yeah.
APOC.
Well, the thing is, he missed, so it gave the attack buff to her with Moonlight Dreamblade, and she had Vigor, and she wasn't that fast, right? So she must have had a lot of damage. She just cleaned it up.
My goodness. That was Proof of Valor too, right? On the
Yeah.
the APOC
It just
Robbie.
went right through 22,000 damage to an APOC Robbie. She
My
also has the
God.
light advantage, so it adds a little bit, but still, that's pretty huge.
I mean, I guess, like, in fairness, too, like, with the Villager and some of the attacking, he did also shred some of the stacks of Proof of Valor, but just...
Yeah.
I don't know what to
was,
say,
that was
guys.
pretty
Okay,
big.
speed rate round 1. Omega takes it, but we can't wait. Let's go. This racing is.
I would see
might
Ran Emma
continue.
Lilius banned maybe.
Yeah, it
Both sides, like
I'm
I think they want-
expecting at least Emma Lilius has to be banned. I don't know from which side, but...
I
Yeah,
guess
I don't
Zodi
see no
will
way
ban
Lilius will do
C.
that.
Lilius because of the speed.
And it's possible that after that match, ElfMage isn't even going to try to outspeed. He's already like shaken Zodi, and Zodi is scared of that thing, and now maybe he'll be able to tank up or something, or maybe he has some more picks that he can really go for speed to try and outspeed him.
Yeah, we'll see, because Zodi will very likely. Okay, Bellium
Oh,
ban.
maybe he picks Emma Lilius.
Yes, because he does get
Yeah.
after losing, he does get the choice of first pick and second pick. So Jody does go for the first pick, of course.
Oh.
That's
He
really
kinda gets
unexpected.
the 2-for-1 here.
Is, right?
He gets rid of the Ran, and he takes the Amalilius away, so that's basically 2 picks taken away from ElfMage here. I apologize, Omega.
Yeah, Omega
Yeah,
right now thinking really hard how she should start building round 2.
I mean, that's kind of
I'll
the problem,
deal with
right? Like,
this.
and the fear that a lot of people have. If you're second pick and you let the ML Lilius through, I think a lot of people are pretty stumped about what to do. I think honestly, like the ML Cowrick and the APOC here is okay as a neutral, but if Zodi ever chooses to aggress or he's just in the driver's seat now, right?
Designer Lilibet and Belian are both taken out, and there's some really fast
You
drafts
aren't
right now
even
that
fit to
if
kiss
you
my
don't
feet.
contest it at all, you feel helpless with characters like Flan and stuff like that just roll you over.
Ooh, I really, really like the Amelia and Stene here.
Zodi has a really flexible team here, and he's took 2 big picks away from that Omega likes to pick.
And even with the ML Sermia here to try and counteract the ML Lilius, I mean, Omega's kind of forced to show a bit of his cards, right? I think ZodiAtma, assuming he drafts fairly safely on this 4-5, I think he could just ban the last pick and force Elfmate.
I think Zodi
Omega
sees
to
this
press
and is going to go aggro instantly. You see that Lionheart Sermia, you're not playing a slow match. You're going all in. These last 2 picks are going to be things along the lines of, like, let's say Ida or just huge damage units to try and push through his team, I think.
And it's not even to mention, like, even if Zodi chooses to, I mean, the Shu, the Landy, stuff like that, like some protective picks are totally fine as well. But he has everything at his disposal, right? These last 2 picks can counter all 4 of the top units, or he can pick 2 units to deal with the top 4 very well, and he's forced to keep at least 1, right? Omega, that is. So I guess we'll see. I'm kind of curious if it has to be 2 damage dealers or at least 1 additional damage dealer. But I'm
Zodi
curious
has an attack buff and vigor. He has all the setup he needs, right?
So with all the setup, waiting for
Just
the last 2
big
picks, and Omega to respond with 1 more, the final pick. What would it be from ZodiAtma to the final 2?
If you're ready,
What?
Crow!
Blue Crow.
Whoa. That's
And Ryerland.
Wow. Okay. He completely changes his playstyle, decides he doesn't want to go aggressive and wants to play a standard match. Does that mean he wants to ban the Lionheart Sermia, or does he think he can really just push through it?
I think he can. I think he might actually just be able to kill this top 4. I think the mitigation from Blue Crow, like, he always has a way to kill the ML Sermia, or has a way to deal with the tankier units on the
Who
team. As
are
like
you people?
you know, basically.
That's a force ban, I would say, because
Yeah.
it's going to be really annoying to deal with from Omega's side, probably.
I'm a little curious if Zodi here might not just ban the A-Raws and try to. Well, I guess leaving double reviver wouldn't be very good, but I'm kind of curious, like, how he's going to play this out, because honestly, like, you do technically have the provoke potential from Crow. Spectre Tenebria doesn't really get hit by the. Oh, they're just okay. So
Okay, that's gonna ban.
It makes sense. These are very honest bans, no tricks really.
Yeah.
It's possible that the Crow is going to be what's dealing with the ML Sermia, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I kind of wonder if Zodi's team is going to be slowly burned down and Remnant Violet's just going to be kind of hanging out and not doing a lot until the very end.
If I had to be honest with you, Jenna, just like doing a little foresight or like a little looking.
Thank you for not lying to me.
You're a very honest person. I feel you all the time.
If you think about this match, right? I think this is going to come down to an Apocalypse Robbie S3 onto the Rylet here.
I kind of agree.
You know, it's going to come down to, you know, the Emma Lilius pushing, like giving vigor and provoking, Amelia pushing up into killing the probably one of the knights, if I had to guess, right, with this vigor attack buff Rylet. But then after the fact, it's going to come down to how much damage can this Apocalypse Robbie do to the rest of the team. The ML Cowrick with strips and attack buff. It really is going to come down to like whether or not certain units get stripped or if he can really sustain, right? And surely this has to just be the dragon.
Now, what if this Remnant Violet? Oh, okay, he's not full damage. What a shame. He's 13,000 health, which is a very high health Rylet.
Your life
He's definitely going for it.
Oh, just going for this.
means nothing.
I'm actually a little surprised.
That.
It almost felt like he should just save the S3, but maybe he's going for such a long match that he's planning to S3 again later that he just decides, I'm just going to throw it in. This is a 31,000 health MO Koeric, by the way.
31k. That's going to take a long time to burn it down. Also 25k on Aras.
Ends here.
Yeah. Very tanky team from the left side, but it's interesting that...
really tanky team on the right too, if you think about it, right? The Sugar and
At Amelia, though?
that is kind of squishy.
Yeah, the Amelia, I think, is meant for a lot more aggressive play. I think ZodiAtma's general builds are for really aggro, and this might hurt him in a more extended tanky match.
anything for her.
Oh, wow. You know, I think the last time I saw
Taste, despair,
Omega's
the time has
meteor
come.
power, it was counter 250 speed, but it had really low health. But now this is a 31,000 HP meteor counter. This is basically a knight, Jenna.
Look at the amount of
Wow,
buffs
he's a
on
knight
both
and a soul
sides.
weaver and a warrior.
Wow.
Pretty good unit.
So defense buffs. Oh, this is going to be one of the longest match.
I actually, okay, this is sort of how I feel. If Remnant Violet had immediately procced the Aros shield on the Sirmia,
I'll deal with this.
then she would have taken 2 turns from her S3 into S1 and wouldn't have that shield anymore.
I'll take your
So I
life.
almost feel like maybe you should have gone for that to then be able to Crow S3 her later and finish her off.
But this next turn is going to be... We better start praying Remnant Violet doesn't get hit by this ML Sirmia, because the game's going to get real short if he does. Oh, okay.
I'll take you all down.
One thing I'll
but-
definitely say is Lionheart Sirmia is a terror when you're forced to dual attack, right? But sometimes if you draft a team that's just bulky enough, you can survive a couple of S3s and barely eke out the win. And I think that's kind of what Zodi was hoping for, but I think this is going to be really difficult.
The S2's back up. This has to be... Ooh, Emma Lilius drag up. I think that's kind of smart. He wants to... I think he wants to try and get the barrier back on the Emma Lilius, right? Guarantee that he doesn't get
Obey if you wish to
S2
live.
and just lose the Emma Lilius for
Can you
free.
even reach me?
If you're scared,
Oh, but it resisted.
Ooh, nicely done. Let's see.
Ooh. Oh, but the Ice Crystal giving a bit of sustain.
Ice crystals are nice, but Amelia's gone.
What to do.
Oh,
Sword.
this is...
Oh, with Amelia gone, can Zodi
I don't think that Zodi has
outperform with this
too
3?
much he can do here, because
this...
Crow can probably take somebody out as long as he doesn't get injured too much, but the thing is, like, how do you deal with this Apocalypse Ravi? She's going to be really hard to kill. You might be able to take
Yeah.
out the Sirmia, but you get both of
Kind
them.
of the problem with this draft too is that normally what Remnant Violet really one of like the perks of like Remnant Violet is that, or when you have someone that can hit into him or is forced to hit into him, that you get to start making use of his S2 passive, right? But especially on Omega side right here, he doesn't have to touch the Remnant
Yeah,
Violet.
you can
at all.
save him for last,
Yeah, and
other than Sirmia. But even Sirmia can just spam the S1s and just say, I don't really need S3. Yeah, right there, just finishes off the Lilius, doesn't need it.
the Conqueror Lilius just dead, just completely out, and I mean, I guess now he is in a bit of a worse situation, Omega, in the sense that now he does have to actually hit 2 of these units that do actually want to do, or do want to get low so that they can either
take your
skill
life.
3 or, you know, be able to use the skill 2 here. But I think it's almost too late. It
I
looks
just
a
don't
little
see
late,
how
right?
Remnant Violet can take out an entire team by himself when it's so supportive.
Yeah.
We're nearing
I'm-
Frenzy 5, and at a certain point, he's gonna get hit, and he's gonna die.
Yeah.
He can't dodge forever.
Ooh, even with the miss here,
I mean, this does a nice amount of damage, but they're not
It's
quite
too
dead.
late.
And this Crow is taken out. They don't even get a chance.
Are you sure you can handle this?
And did
Yeah.
Omega? Is he too powerful to go down? It's only right left. 1 versus 4.
I'll protect you.
Rylet's
that's
not
so
even dodging
crazy,
that.
guys. Like it's Frenzy 4, right? About to be Frenzy 5, and this Mediator Cowrick has the same HP as my Mediator Cowrick at Frenzy 0.
I think Zodi really had to go fully aggressive once he drafted what he did. He had to commit.
Oh.
And Zodi
And
goes
that
down
settles
0-2. Omega will be the winner of the first round of 16. We'll be moving up to round of 8. What a draft, what a game that we have here. Even with first pick, Zodi was not able to win, really switching the draft later on. What did you guys think?
I really do feel like he is such an aggressive player, and Omega is such a defensive, really bulky player, and the way that Zodi's units are built, I don't think that he can fight toe-to-toe like that. I think he really has to go for his aggressive playstyle that he's used to.
Yeah, it seemed like Omega's response in the draft was perfect against what ZodiAtma was going to do here. What do you think, Kana?
The thing about it is that actually, if you just compare left and right side draft, if you take away like what we just saw for a second and you kind of just consider it, like it doesn't really look like Crow, Remnant Violet, Emma Lilius, and Amelia would have struggled or had such a hard time as they actually did in reality when we saw it in draft or when we saw it in game. It just kind of felt like, I hate to say it, but almost just seemed like, Omega's units just had more stats. Like I don't think, there was a little. I would argue that maybe. I would almost argue, that like maybe ZodiAtma could have tried attacking or like focusing on the Adventurer Raws instead of the Apocalypse Ravi. That's probably one of the big things I might have considered doing instead. But in all actuality, despite
I think it was also in the draft.
Yeah, I think he definitely could have like gone a little more aggressive, but I don't think that was like a terrible draft by any means, right?
Yep.
Oh, now we see Tohsakarin here.
Yeah, Omega does move into round of 8, but moving straight into our second match of round of 16. Round of 16, we only get to see 2 matches because 4 matches are happening at the same time to move up to round of 8. Here we go, Tohsakarin. It's been a while, but
I
he's
gotta
back.
say, Tohsakarin's looking a little different than what I remember when I watched the show, but they were in the last World Championships and they made it pretty far as well, right? They seem to get Hua-Young a lot and be a big fan of Peira. That might suggest that they go for a really aggressive playstyle because characters like DJ Basar and Angel of Light are good against Peira if she's played really slow in a slower match.
And his opponent here, Hazamarei, has pretty high win rate, near 80% win rate from the preliminary mode. Wow, that's pretty high.
And if you notice too, both I'm not exactly sure if it was the same for Omega, but both of these Aegis server players have the same most pre-ban units, Valiant and the Emma Lilius. And I think the most pick might have been a little bit different, but I do recall seeing, if I recall, the Hua-Young and I think the APOC in Tohsakarin's most picked units too. So you can kind of see a trend here, right, of the kind of playstyle and the sort of like preference in units and I guess like kits that Asia server prefers, as opposed to like what we saw yesterday, a lot of the the Mediator Cowrick, a lot of the Amelias. So we'll see if we're gonna have another super high tempo, I guess, explosive match like we just saw last game. I mean, geez, Jen, it's what that was like maybe 40% of the match was in draft, and then
and then 2-minute games.
Hey, look, their 2 favorite bands immediately coming out from both sides.
And Hua-Young, so far 100% win rate from yesterday. Let's see if that continues in day number 2.
So, the Bellion and the Emma Lilius band to me screams that Hazamarei, if they can play it, is going to go for Ran and maybe APOC. It's definitely going to be APOC rather, but maybe Ran. I would be really surprised if someone from the Asia server that's so intent on banning, like, the Bellion and stuff like that doesn't at least consider playing a bit more aggressive, just like what we saw in last game.
Yeah.
So
Hazamarei goes for immediately a draft that can go into aggressive playstyle or a slow playstyle. It's very flexible. The Alencia pick coming out actually makes a lot of sense because she's so strong to DN, makes it so DND doesn't even want to use her skills to force Alencia to not be able to S3, but at the same time it's just a standoff between the two.
Another Alencia coming out. First Alencia today, actually.
Well, I think what a lot of people have found is that picking either Angel of Light is banned a lot, or sometimes picking her can feel kind of like a liability, or they don't really like going with the debuffs, right? So they like actually picking Alencia because she's able to just strip and be an asset towards damage.
And a third
And
pick,
she counters
Heir.
Heir.
Jenna, the third pick on Heir is kind of early, wouldn't you say? He's got. I mean, surely Desert Jewel Bazaar comes out here, right?
Well-
It's so early in the draft. There's 2 shields.
Yeah, also Angel of Light. I think Tohsakarin
Yeah.
might be going through an insanely
Angel of
aggressive
Light, Angel of
playstyle.
Light turned off the light for a second.
Yeah,
Sorry
I
about
don't know
that,
what
guys. But
happened
the production is on top. Like, if you guys are saying the music is too loud, they turn it down immediately after they are reading your chat. So make sure to interact because the production is on top of everything.
Well, Angel of Light's just such a strong unit that she took all the power from everything else, and it went dark for just a moment. It's that simple.
All that CGI, but I'm kind of curious here how Hazamarei is going to continue this draft. That's why I was kind of considering that, like the Bellion ban. I was kind of surprised, honestly, that Spectre Tenebria didn't even come out earlier, right? Especially against the already picked Hua Young. But I mean, we're seeing it, right?
Oh,
I think this
yep.
is a much faster paced draft.
Iseria.
The Summertime Iseria, the Peira, the Politis in response to the kind of like safer DN and AOL, right? This is definitely something that I think you'd expect from like I think a more flexible and aggressive kind of playstyle. And now I'm curious if Hazamarei doesn't pick. I don't know if I'd pick Rem per se. I was thinking maybe another mitigation, maybe Dilibit or something like that, but I guess it is just the Rem and ban
Okay,
Alencia.
just going to go for some more counter potential from Hazamarei. But
As soon as you see a
Mhm.
Peira, usually it means an aggressive play because Angel of Light and DJ Bassar are so strong versus her that if you just go for a slow match, she just gets countered and feels like a useless pick.
and the ban picking down 8 seconds.
And Peira and Politis are both characters that can potentially deal with Angel of Light in this kind of playstyle.
It's got to be an Alencia ban. It has to be, right?
Oh, banning Peira instead.
Not.
And
I guess
also,
This makes it so that Brightside can't use any skills or they're going to activate the Summertime Assyria.
Yeah.
with the two bans, we did see a lot more Summertime Iseria from Asia server, from the data that we received from a lot of these players who made it into the round of 16. This hero we might be seeing a little more of Iseria today.
Let's advance together.
I mean, and you see from this draft, right? It's almost scary right now just to be the Spectre Tenebria. Yes, if there's AoE, she will get a skill nullifier, but depending on the luck and the RNG of Tohsakarin, there's a chance that this Spectre Tenebria just gets and he's just pressing it. I guess we're just praying that the bombs don't land on the Spectre Tenebria. I'm assuming that's what we're banking on here, but it's
Yeah,
a
this
damage
is a damage
Politis,
Politis.
too.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a lot of
Well,
damage
you
from
could tell it's a
Politis.
damage Politis due to that book that she has, pretty much. Neither of the bombs land.
Ooh.
One big thing also is she can soul burn if she wants and reset the S2, so that right side's just not able to use any skills at all again.
He has to be careful though, because I was gonna say maybe he didn't want to activate or push up the Angel of Light,
I swear.
because now the whole team. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. I guess I was a little concerned actually about whether or not the Summertime Iseria and then like the Alencia would get silenced. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but in this case, I mean, surely.
Oh,
we're
wow.
just trying to go for the.
Calling
Okay.
Wyong.
Well, that Angel of Light is completely gone. And now it lands on the DN. Nope, double resistance.
Man,
Either low effectiveness this area or high effect resist DN right there.
Hazamarei looking kind of wrapped up, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
And yeah,
And
And
Hua
Hua
Young
Young getting the turn and Alencia getting the turn after that.
That's
Just
there's no way.
Just
Yep,
completely
that's-
cleans him up in the first match.
Wyong runs to the target to the
what
end.
is-
Actually,
Did
very
he-
surprising.
Have to do that? I'm kind of surprised he didn't just go for the skill 3 onto the Apocalypse Ravi and pray that between this and like cycling with the Politis and stuff, he wouldn't. Oh, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter
still-
because everything's there anyways. But
Yep. Maybe Tohsakarin just thought the damage is just enough. Doesn't really matter.
I guess they have this
That's-
team down to a science, and they just knew,
and
well, no matter
blind-
what, I win.
Didn't think they'd
Blind attack down. There's no more pushing, and that's game one, Jenna. That's
What?
He just kind of stomped him in the very first match, just kind of completely dominated him.
And that's the last hero gone. Hazamarei got a first time with the end, and then ever since did not really get to do anything after that. What a clean game from the left side. Tohsakarin takes game one. Ooh,
We're
what
about to be finished with our second best of 3 in less than 45 minutes, guys. A little
You
bit
can,
of a
yeah,
different
these
pace.
matches going way quicker than the last one.
Yeah,
just showing that summertime Iseria is still viable when this kind of draft does come out from the other side.
Yeah, I think that the left side, what they really did is took advantage of the Angel of Light, because they had Politis and Peyra, so no matter what, that unit was actually a liability for the right side unless they got really lucky. Sometimes that can just be too risky of a pick, because as soon as they pick Peyra, you can't expect that player to be going slow, because they know they can get countered.
Oh, look on the right bottom. Offensive contribution 0% from Hazamarei. No damage at all. It was
Oh
just
my.
one side.
Oh, that's clean for you guys, huh?
Sometimes
a little
that's game.
oppressive sometimes when it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Honestly, the Hua-Young and the Alencia did very little compared to the rest of the team. It was kind of
Yeah.
just 2 units took out most of the team.
Well, let's see.
and
what-
I mean that's what happens, right?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and this is game 2.
Game 2 draft. Let's see what Hazamarei wants to respond and get back into game.
Hazamarei
oh,
does
FCC
not
ban
wanna
and
deal with
Peyra
Peyra.
ban.
2 technically really defensive
is-
units.
This could look really good for people that want to play more aggressive. There's no more FCC. If you're trying to play like a more aggressive Soul Weaver, or even if like some like Close Charles stuff like Ran, any of these like more
You don't
aggressive.
have to deal with just a Peyra. Something I would say a lot of Asia players have amazing Peyras. They're insanely fast, and that's
I
gone
think this
now.
is going to be a Ran, surely, right?
Oh, still thinking about the end and locked in. Hua-Young the end combo on the left.
It could still be a Ran on the left
Jenna,
side.
there's no
Or the
Emma
right.
Lilius. There's no Peyra. Bellion is banned. FCC's off the board. Surely against.
Well, you see, here's the
Hua-Young
thing.
at the end.
You cleave every single game, so that's all you're ever looking for. But these players are looking for multiple play styles.
Well, okay, so here's what I will say about Hazamarei's kind of game plan here, right? The thing is that I understand the value of Apocalypse Ravi. She's very flexible, but realistically, especially with like the bans that are here, I'm almost surprised if he was going to go for a more standard, slower kind of play style. Wouldn't you rather, again, kind of play more so like what was shown yesterday in the and the
it
Wanderer?
looks like Hazamarei is
Instead-
trying to, just pull one over him and just go real
Sig.
fast. Wow, leaves open a lot of the fast units. Maybe they're waiting for Tohsakarin to pick something fast to go for like a Sid draft or something.
I'm kind of confused. I'm gonna be honest. I guess this is. I guess in a way, if he just decides to push back the DN or strip the DN, maybe he has Wanderer Silk's new Dispel on S3 EE instead of the speed buff one, but this is kind of what I was expecting, to be honest. If he just bulks down, takes the Sage Ball to kind of drafts more anti-aggression against the right side, it doesn't really look like there's a great way for Hazamarei, at least on 3, to deal with these 4 units, right, on the right side, or on the left side rather, because you have to deal with the Sage Ball. What if the Sage Ball sleeps you? But
Well, maybe
Hazamarei is...
maybe that Silk is really fast and we'll just be able to push back the Sage.
Yeah,
Maybe they're
The
going to
only
have
issue,
2
though-
characters possibly deal with him and somehow boost up that Operator Sigrid to take out the Hua-Young.
yeah. My only concern is that, again, you still have the DN, right, who can cleanse, provide the anti-crit, the attack buff, kind of stabilize the rest of the team. And honestly, it's not really as though with Ooh.
Ayola
Oh,
picked
that's
with
a kind of
S10.
wow.
No time,
Yeah.
they
So that's
have
kind
no,
of shift.
no
they're
more
going
time
for.
to actually pick another hero. That is it.
So
The Silk is a very odd pick here with everything else. It almost felt like the Sig and the Operator Sigrid and the Silk were supposed to go together, but then the other 3 units were supposed to go together on another team.
This is really weird. It really does seem like he was trying to position or pivot into a more aggressive draft, but that's kind of what I was expecting. What if he just has all anti-aggression? I mean, if you take away the Apocalypse Robbie or one of the anchors, does this team have enough to survive Hua-Young, Dien, a healer, a controller, like a defense buff? I'm
not entirely sure how this match will play out, really.
Yeah, this is
this
really
is going to be a strange one.
Certainly a funky draft especially on the right side. Just going to finish up with Estina on the left. Will be banned, and Operator Cigarette also being banned.
So if Hazamarei doesn't want to, I guess, push back the Sage Ball, he can, I guess, pray that Angel of Light doesn't get slept, which is really risky, to be clear. But if it's one of those Angel of Lights that does have effect resist, I know that a lot of Sage Balls nowadays actually don't have like any effectiveness at all.
Yeah, it would be like 60%.
Yeah, so there's a chance, as expected.
He's on Tagahells as well.
Oh, that's really
starting with Silk.
Not Bastion or Proof or anything. Sage Bails on book. Kind of rare.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Maybe he just wants to push back the DN. Pray for the cleanse here, right? And
this could be big.
Oh!
Wow.
No one. Well, I guess
all that really mattered was Angel of Light, but that's that's pretty big.
This team is silenced. Jenna, I think this might just but Hua-Young doesn't get silenced or stripped. I think
and no unbuffable on Alencia. She still S1s into S2s as well. Lands very little debuffs. Only 4 out of 8.
Ooh, I guess RNG giveth and RNG taketh away. But yeah, I think that's pretty safe, right? I think there's a world where Hazamarei maybe just tries to go all in on the Hua-Young, but going on the Spectre Tenebria is also, or going onto the Alencia here as well, is pretty safe. Gets rid of the defense buff, gets rid of the strip.
This extra damage from the S1, she's really close. This might take her out, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, A Ravi does survive.
Oh my. That might actually be big. The extra damage from A Ravi with Spectre Tenebria is probably going to take somebody out. What is that health bar?
I was kind of thinking, Jenna, maybe he would have decided to all in on the
153 health. Not to mention only 22,000 health Apocalypse Ravi. What is this thing?
Less than 1% health remaining on Apop.
Yeah. And a 0 effect resist DN too.
Is that
very different builds? Goes for the A Ravi, or I mean the Alencia there with A Ravi.
So I'm assuming he's totally fine, I guess, with trying to solo the Hua-Young with the Spectre Tenebria.
Look at this Silk S2. This Silk S2 is gonna hurt.
He's kind of spreading his damage out a lot. I'll be honest. This is, I mean, I guess he's trying to.
He's doing that because Spectre Tenebria's got 40 souls and this dual attack. She's gonna kill everything.
Out the end. That's a start.
Ooh, this is. I mean, I think Hazamarei looks really good here. I think this is a really good position for him. Two technically stealth units, an Angel of Light to deal with.
And
Hua-Young no longer has immunity either, so silence and debuff galore time, right? If he holds,
is he gonna go all in right here?
He has a lot of souls on the right side. Here we go. Last one.
Is
he goes
so
for the
squishy.
He goes for this. Oh, he doesn't. He just doesn't care, I guess.
Well, I think they might die anyways. With the couple of hits right here. And
that's
the
a lot
he
of
doesn't
poisons.
have the skill 2, and then Wanderer Silk S2 should really just finish off the match, right? So I guess that's just it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused what we're thinking about here.
Their drafts were very interesting, but it turns out Hazamarei.
Oh.
Well, I think that's the nail in the coffin right there.
Didn't even need that help.
Yeah.
And Dash
Wow,
still-
I mean, kind of the BM
That's just
too.
going
He's
to
kind
be
of the skilled
it.
one, you know.
Guys, let me tell you, this is big news. Hwayoung's 100% win rate is broken,
Yeah.
shredded down to 80% now.
Yeah, look, Tohsakarin, they were defenseless against the Angel of Light. I
Yeah.
don't know if some people might get that joke. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
But overall, just wasn't able to really respond. Once she took that turn, it was kind of just over.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that was a really smart game plan too. That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, yeah, if the Sage Ball doesn't have any effectiveness, the Angel of Light just cleanses. Now, you know, strips the whole team. I mean, even with a little bit of unluckiness, I'd say from you know, not stripping the Hwayoung at all. I mean, you saw how it kind of dismantled the whole team, right? And I mean, Apocalypse Robbie being the MVP, I don't know if I would say that's quite the MVP. I think Angel of Light's impact. In
No,
this
she
game
was the
is a little-
MVP because she took all the aggro. He threw you see that
I
Hwayoung
see.
86% offense contribution? That was all on Apocalypse Robbie. She's like a global taunt right there.
I see.
That can be another way of taking the MVP, but with 1-1 tied score, I think we're ready to get into round 3 to decide the winner. And
Yeah.
Tohsakarin should
Glad
take
that we
first
have a
pick.
best of three here.
Hwayoung banned, Operator Cigarette banned.
Hwayoung finally banned. She won one, lost one, and now she's gone.
Yeah, and there's no Opsig either, which I guess was just a fear for if
Play with me.
Hwayoung
I think
was gonna be
Tohsakarin
left in.
wanted to pick it, yeah, and just didn't want
Yeah.
to deal with that, so kind of wasted their ban, so
Maybe a
Hazamarei
first
kind of
pick,
won that.
though.
S10 at
That's-
first pick.
Yeah, I would like to note, no skin on Spectre Tenebria. What is he doing?
That's another good question that you can raise, of course. Of course, when we go into the main stage, if he goes through, then we can ask that during the interview because we'll have all the translators ready to interview any players that we have here.
Tohsakarin, by first picking Spectre Tenebria, also has a very flexible draft. You can go really aggressively, you can just go defensively to protect the S10A, so kind of can do whatever he wants. Hazamarei with the first pick A Ravi could even go into something like Bran here.
Yeah, I've kind of given up on that, Jenna. I don't. I think.
Ren was actually number 5 on most pick from Hazamarei's side. So surely still on the table, I would say.
Both
Yeah, but
sides looking very flexible. I think they're both trying to scope out their opponent's draft to see what they're going for.
Do I look like a pushover to you?
Ooh, I guess again another kind of early Alencia. You know what I'm really surprised about, Jenna? Where's Mediator Cowrick and Adventurer Raz? This is a much different.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, well, there's
Oh,
one.
there he is. Maybe don't talk so loudly. I think he may have heard you.
I'm sorry, guys. I think I might have woken him up from his nap.
Don't feed information. Yeah, so left side actually, I kind of like this because they actually can strip all of the buffs off of that DN, make her kind of useless, and they also have by far one of the best supports in the entire game. It seems like they've 100% decided to go for a slower match style, not super aggro. And unless their last 2 picks are going to be that. Hazamarei has to consider whether they want to go full aggro and try and just take their team out and kind of partially cleave them, or if they want to slow down the match and fight against Demo Koeric with no buffs.
I think Hazamarei really could. I mean,
There's
oh,
Ran.
oh,
There it is, yep.
finally. Oh, finally. It's what we've been waiting for. It looks like
No,
honestly,
it's what
really
you've been waiting for.
But look at this left side draft. I mean, it feels like it's so vulnerable, right? To just aggression, like higher damage, and AOE. It's just
I think we're going to see a
There's-
designer level bet.
In Light's name.
Oh, Destina.
Destina.
Destina is actually kind of a nice answer to the Caesarea because obviously you revive, like a lot of the debuffs kind of go away. He already has another cleanser with Hand Guy, but I'm curious if this might put him in the hole when he tries to fight against Hazamarai's last pick, which I'm assuming is going to be another cleave enabler. I'm assuming it has to be something like Ida or something like that, but
Left side sitting with 3 cleanses, 3 full cleanses on their team.
I think last ban is probably going to, no matter what Hazamarei picks on last, I think Tohsakarin's going to ban it though. It's
If
probably
this
going
is
to be Ida.
if this is an injury Alencia, then it actually can straight up solo the Apocalypse Robbie as well. if it
Thinking
comes
about Ida, Hazamarei about to finish the draft and will be locked in.
Those last three picks, very classic aggressive picks, I would say, for this kind of draft.
I think it's gonna actually just be a trade in last ban. Oh, actually, that's what I was also gonna think about. Maybe if he doesn't have a reviver, maybe he gets a lucky RNL or something like that.
What
He
he's
can maybe
trying
just kill the.
Wait, maybe what he's trying to do is maybe he knows he's going to get the turn with the Summertime Assyria and is going to try to put so many. I don't know. Has to get lucky with the bombs on Designer. Like, how does he stop her?
I don't. Well, I guess unless if you specifically wait until she gets her turn, she could do that. But I think otherwise, I don't think there's any way that. No, especially with Warhorn, I don't think there's a way that. Oh, actually,
I guess he has to
with
land the
DNS
bombs on everybody else to kill them, and then take the Designer a little bit S3.
I think if he RNLs here, okay, I guess he's not that, but that is something that like sometimes happens. Like if you are able to get the RNL, you don't land enough debuffs, and you actually could skill one into the. Oh, that.
Ooh, wait.
That didn't.
That Rand does not really do much damage at all.
Well, I don't actually know if it doesn't do damage. It just didn't crit.
It just missed 3 crits.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's kind of good damage though, right? Like the Spectre Tenebra did take a little bit. It's not like an effect.
Designer a little bit also missing crit. It seems like a lot of these players don't have capped crit on their units. They're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, maybe just not max crit on them.
I'll do anything.
And there's the end.
But it's cut though. That's actually so big. That's so big for Tohsakarin because now, if Hazamarei was looking to land bombs with skill 3 or with his Soulburn S1 into S3, he can't do it any longer because now Meteoric Power and the immunity, right?
Yeah, that's true. On the bright side, I guess they can strip the buffs and possibly land bombs, but only on one person, and that's it.
Yeah. No attack downs, no nothing, right? Like that. It might not have made like the biggest difference, but especially right now, I think you kind of take everything you'd get right with this draft because it's about to be Alencia full strip into Spectre Tenebria with 20 souls available. This looks like a kind of scary spot for Hazamarei, I'll be honest. No bomb landing.
Also, realistically, if this Rand had actually crit that Spectre Tenebria and Summertime Assyria has enough damage on her, yeah, her S3 might have just cleaned her up.
Yeah. Oh. That's really unfortunate.
50% is...
Yeah, we'll have to look into other options for Hazamarei, but still, Robbie does come in for some help.
Surely this 21,000 health Alencia doesn't have resist, right?
There is the strip from Alencia.
But it looks like But this Spectre Tenebria is kind of on cloud 9
just gonna
right now.
kill half the team right here.
Yeah, I mean, even if she wants to be greedy, you could honestly even just like say, "Oh,
you want to try me? Don't be afraid."
Wow, they're just going for maximum damage on this Apocalypse Robbie to take it out. The Alencia is going to get a turn before if EnMaiChan gets ones.
The DN doesn't have cleanse, so I guess it's okay. But I was really kind of just.
Yeah, that's a support, by the way, that just did 4,200 damage.
And
that guy is a tanky support.
That's it.
Wow, and just cleans him up.
With no, with no A Robbie and just Summertime Assyria at the end left on the other side, with whole lot of buff on the left.
Wow. That's
okay.
That's game.
Tohsakarin had a really good match right there.
Yeah,
Congratulations to Tohsakarin.
Yeah, you got your Rand
into round of 8.
Yeah, I think they had a pretty good best of 3 right there. It was a pretty nice back and forth between the two. Hua Young even had a 50% win rate. It was really back and forth.
And also, do you guys think Dustina was a pretty good pick to draw out the ban from his opponent?
Well, whether or not it was like the best pick, it seemed to strike fear into his opponent and force the ban.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a universe where there might have been enough damage, especially with like the proper bombs landing, where if he had just banned the designer a little bit, he could have hit on the Alencia. Maybe there was enough damage from Rand and like DN and Summertime Assyria where he could have again played into the second, played even into the Destina revive and still killed. because obviously Apocalypse Robbie would still have the skill 3, but I guess he kind of just got into his head like that the Summertime Assyria or something was gonna go away. But I mean, we kind of saw what happened, right? Like the strength of a designer Lilibit, a support unit like I mean, I say support, but he's kind of an all-in-one machine. Mediator Cowrick being able to cleanse, strip, give like attack buff, like that's kind of just how it is when you're fighting designer or you're fighting Ram with designer Lilibit, right? So,
when designer Lilibit's up, I think it's actually really scary picking brands sometimes, because sometimes you feel like you're forced to ban a unit like that if you don't have something to answer it that well. And then their last pick could also be something really hard to deal with. And hey, I think Tohsakarin did a pretty good job with that draft right there.
Yep, and he does
And they'll be
advance
moving
into round of 8, and I believe all the results from round of 16 is actually ready to show on screen. Let's take a look who made it into round of 8. Let's see.
All right.
Okay.
Along with Omega and Tohsakarin. AXGG, shuangshuang, DYR, EnMaiChan versus Tohsakarin in the bottom. Apocalypse versus jiatengkele there. Ooh, we do have all 8 players.
I think, wow, okay, a couple things I think are crazy. Cold Dash losing, we were looking at his stats before this, and they apparently had a 90% win rate in the World Championship.
91.9. It was nearly 92% win rate.
Yeah, so I'm actually shocked that they were taken out right there because they seem to really know what they were doing. Like, and they might still, but maybe their opponent had some sort of tech to take them out, or they were just more prepared. Also, Washdog is a player that actually a lot of people were saying really strong. He's probably going to be a big contender, and he was taken out too.
Yeah, some big things happening from round of 16, but starting from round of 8, we'll get to see the match for every single player who's going to be playing. But before we actually go into that round of 8, we will take a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, it will be the round of 8 for Server Asia.
주소서 나를 더 미치게 만들어 주소서 바람을 타도 날아갈 거야 포기하지 마 Stay away, stay away Shout inside Believe in your destiny I am invincible Where my dreams are Where my dreams are Run on my way So care Run on my way
And we are back now. It's time for the round of 8 for Asia server. And we're going straight into our first match of round of 8. It is going to be Omega versus Axgg. We're going to have some time to talk about the players. Again, Omega. This is going to be the second match on the broadcast. Let's see if he continues his win streak.
They both have their arms crossed and are staring right at each other.
Tony looks really intimidating. I know we're looking at Omega right now, but Tony looks really intimidating. Like 1,000-yard stare, kind of intimidating.
I would say a lot of people probably are thinking Omega's going to win because he's definitely one of the favorites for the tournament, right? And I mean, we'll have to see. Anyone can beat anyone in a tournament when it really comes down to it. But Omega is definitely pretty practiced for this type of stuff as well.
Yeah, as you have seen from the first match. Yep, Kana.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and you know, to Axgg's credit, like he did obviously make it to the round of 8. From what it seems here, again, as you can see, kind of like a consistent trend in Asia server, right? The Bellion and Malilius ban. The most picked here is the Ran, Apoc, Stene. So there is definitely more aggression coming from Axgg. Fighting against another aggressive
How's he going to say love and peace?
Love and peace.
How's he going to say that?
I mean, he can be a peaceful player with 77% win rate. Okay.
He doesn't look that peaceful.
A clean and quick death is pretty peaceful, huh, John? Huh, John? You know, I mean, look, I will say that for this matchup, I know that it does feel like, even despite his 77.6% win rate, the matchup definitely feels like, or it does feel like there's a lot of people who are in favor of Omega, but this doesn't really look like the sort of player you can slouch on. 77.6% playing Cleave, mind you, right?
Let's see.
This is a Cleave match.
Axgg on the right and Omega on the left. We have Pera and C. Lilius ban instant picked up. Hwayoung ran to respond. This is fast draft already.
Is it any percent speedrun draft right here?
Apoc and Omega to respond with the second pick.
It felt like Omega was incredibly prepared for Zodi because he knew who he was playing against immediately, but maybe he's not as prepared for some of these other players.
This I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I don't think that the Wanderer Silk Green Sid is gonna work this time around, Jenna. I think Omega's thinking about it because there's the Ran, and traditionally the Wanderer Silk and the Green Sid are really good at outspeeding the Ran. But I don't think
There are some units that are open though.
here.
Lion, Designer Lullabat, like he has some options for traditional anti-cleave stuff, Sage Bale, all those kinds of things. So he just has to debate like, is he gonna fully commit to try and outspeed? Oh, and he
still
is.
Sid.
Ooh,
It looks
yeah,
like he's
it
going
is.
for it.
Prince.
He's
So-
going for it. He's
so-
confident.
I think part of the reason why the Green Sid and the Wanderer Silk here is more preferred is because, to be honest, AXGG with this, that's kind of what I was gonna say. AXGG doesn't even have to fully commit to playing like this like Ran Apocalypse Robbie cleave. You really can pivot and just play the Mediator Cowrick, the FCC, and still be fine because obviously you have Apocalypse Robbie who's decent in most play. And
Is this gonna work though? Like, Dien, isn't she gonna just get taken out? Like, it feels as though Ran and Dien would just get taken out, and then you'd be in a lot of trouble.
so there's one thing that I've actually kind of encountered this in draft before, where if you actually think about it for a second, one of the strengths of the Wanderer Silk Green Sid is that, you know, it's a bunch of like you're racing, right, and you're fighting against like a lot of like single target like imprints, or just like single target, or like units that can just die to single target. But actually, currently on left side, there's no way for Omega to knock Operator Secret out of stealth, which means that if Dien is able to press S3, he can just kill the anchor in this case, which is Hua Young, right?
Arya is actually one of Omega's favorite units. So I'm not surprised that he decided to pick it at some point. This is kind of the anchor for his team, where if you're forced to attack into it, it's just going to wipe your team out.
Now, how is AXGG going to respond with the 5th pick? Lots of speed on the left.
Whoa.
RV.
Mildred.
Oh.
So I guess that means Arya's being banned because he wants to use Arbiter Mildred to just wipe his team other than Hua Young? The thing is, though, Sid's
like,
able to double kill.
do you even need to ban Arya though? Because you would have to be assuming that Operator Sigurd is the ban then, right? Because then otherwise, you know, the Arya and the Hua Young.
Wow, kind of honest bans actually decides to ban the Sid because Sid can double kill Arbiter Vildred, so that he's not able to do anything, and then bans the RV because he assumed that the Sid would be banned. So I guess pretty honest ban from both sides.
This is kind of weird. I'm curious who's gonna take turn one. Is it?
Well, something that's really
Rams,
big
the
is
start.
Ran can't kill Silk here because she's invisible. She takes half damage from all AoE.
The thing is, though, is that Silk doesn't have the ability to now use her skill 2, though, so she is now forced to actually have a completely useless turn with this S2 or S3. Doesn't trip, does give speed buff, though. But is it enough? Because if you look at
What
this,
if she S2s and Vildred hits the Wanderers, or hits the
no, you
invisible-
can't, though, because you need a buff.
Oh,
Otherwise
you're
you
right.
can't use the
I
skill
forgot.
2,
Thank
so...
you.
Oh, it's actually... Wait, it's not the speed EE. That's so weird. It's the strip EE for skill 2 or for skill 3.
Knocks her out of stealth with the Soulburn right there into the S3. So the next time that she gets hit,
It's not enough though, Jenna. I don't think it's enough.
And
Skill
here's
2, and now everyone gets stripped, right?
Another
Ignore resist strip.
well,
I think this.
that's true.
Code received.
Everyone gets stripped and pushed back. The Vildred is probably dead, right?
Yeah, Vildred
Yeah, but the
already
Arya
took
gets
too
her
much
S2.
damage from the back.
We'll see
Arya's
soon.
here, but still, is this going to be enough?
Ooh, the nice buff strips, but I don't know.
Opsigs in stealth.
Is this Hua Young going to be able to almost take out this A Robbie, or how close is it going to be? They have to go for it, right? Or how are they going to take her
With
out?
no
I don't think
they're
it
safe.
matters. I don't think it matters, Jenna, right? Because in about a turn or two, this Operator Sigurd is gonna.
I will
Oh,
guide you through the light.
I was gonna say this Operator Sigurd was just gonna S2, but I mean,
Yeah,
she
he
looks
broke
like
that.
completely safe. She probably has the anti-crit. Yep, and expected the the Rod of Amaryllis, right? So
That's true. Yeah, it feels like as soon as this shield comes back on Hua-Young, she actually got pushed up right there, and she's taking the turn sooner.
Yep. And if she wants to as well, like this, oh, and it's dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a big hit from
yeah,
Ravi.
that kind of just ends it.
Yeah, so
Wow.
that's what I was kind of fearful about. Like, how do you knock this Operator Sigurd out of stealth, right? Like, it's
Yeah, you're 100% right. That Operator Sigurd was just a huge problem. There was nothing Omega could do against it.
Omega's first loss of the tournament so far, AXGG. With that draft, let's take game number 1.
Yeah, no, that was actually that was pretty well done by him. I was actually surprised how well that worked. I think Omega may have possibly spread himself a little bit thin by going with the Silk Vildred and stuff like that, but not really having anything to actually deal with AXGG's team. Wow, that was actually really, really well done, I think, by XGG. I think his aggressive playstyle worked just really well, and I think Omega was fully ready for Zodi when he fought him, but I think the match he's doing right now is a little more unexpected for him.
And AXGG really carrying that hard with starting with Ran. And from the data that I received, AXGG does love to cleave. Like used a lot of Closer Charles, also Politis, Ida, Flan, or
I believe
among
in
top 7.
On his playstyle, he says like teams that are easy to play against and why slow speed, easy to deal with.
so.
And he's ready.
So the thing about this too is that although AXGG does enjoy cleaving, and as a cleaver myself, I will say that what kind of distinguishes you, or the okay cleavers, or like the smarter cleavers from the great cleavers, is honestly like knowing when you can pull out the cleave, right? Like pivoting out of that draft where he could, he doesn't have to play the Ran, he doesn't have to play like the Ran Politis Syria. He can just, find, I guess, like the stealth and the kind of stabilization from like stuff from last game is what really shows your strength as like a player, right?
I thought the big difference was based on who you copied, right? Whose cleave draft you copied? Because most of the players seem to copy other.
Hey. Well, so continuing here, Hwa-Young again picked up from Omega, and Aola now to respond against APOC plus Tien combo.
The Meteor Cowrick is still available though, right? So, I mean, ultimately, I'm not sure if the AOL this early, and I mean, I guess that's kind of what I was expecting. If you wanted to take the Meteor Cowrick and the Angel of Light together, that would be fine. Hwa-Young obviously deals with Apocalypse Robbie fairly well, doesn't really care that much about Dian's anti-crit, but...
Well, the thing is, left side has committed to this playstyle, and right side can now go fully aggressive, I think. And AXGG likes playing that way. That
Oh,
my God, is he gonna do it?
Flan.
That's what I was thinking about.
Is one of those units that if you pick them and your opponent doesn't contest them at all and has no way to actually stop them, you just get rolled over a lot of the time. So we might consider it as maybe a last pick or something.
Yeah, Flan, Ida, Politis, Summertime Assyria, they were all used about 50 times.
The fact that they picked Politis, I think they have locked in that they're going a fast, aggressive draft, and Omega sees this and is like, that is probably a damaged Politis. I have to take it out immediately.
The Assassin Sid, I think, is kind of... Well, I understand like why the Assassin Sid here obviously has value in like being able to potentially kill the Politis and
but after
steal
that,
souls from this.
has a problem, right?
Yeah, because then, you still have the Assassin Sid, who could, in theory, be like an extra, revive target for the Apocalypse Robbie. And I definitely think that the Flan spooked Omega here. I really think that Flan would have... If there's not like another speed threat here, I think Flan is still okay. Oh, but there's the extra speed threat, just in case if AXGG decides to pick Red here.
Omega going for the double, goes for Fairy Tale Tenebria and Angel of Light. Just full debuff control right here over AXGG.
Still thinking about Flan.
Still considering this Flan.
Jenna, what if he picks another unit that doesn't die and he just that's what I was gonna say. What if he just bans Hwa-Young here? Because look, there's no damage dealers.
Yeah. Unless this is like some sort of insane damage Fairy Tale Tenebria. Wait a second. I think AXGG may have just completely outdrafted him.
This is
By the
backing
house
damage on the
speed,
left
Osman
side
Ace.
is what we're thinking. Omega, is this enough with Sid only basically?
Basically, AXGG just has to weather the storm of all these debuffs, and once he does, he can probably just take him out.
I think depending on how lucky he is with the skill 3 or even just with the targeting and stuff like death breaks and stuff, I think there's a very real chance that this Apocalypse Ravi and Spectre Tenebria just might run town on this left side.
Well,
but
the thing is, there's two possibilities. They either survive this and then go crazy, right? Or he's able to control him so hard
That's
that
a
he's
big
able
hit.
to slowly win. Acid can defense break. Maybe they can somehow control him hard enough to be able to
Let's
take
not
out
forget
the
about-
Rami.
Fairy Tail Tenebria's S2 when the shuffle also does death break as well.
Yeah, that's true. This could be... I mean, it could possibly go either way, but it kind of depends on a lot of
Okay.
luck factors.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
There it is.
No defense, breaks,
defense
man.
breaks. That's
Let me warm up.
Yeah, only some
That's
silences.
a little
If this Sid
unfortunate.
defense breaks could be... Oh,
Oh, there's one.
that's pretty nice. It lasts for 2 turns, so he's able to wrap around, and Acid has 1 turn on his S3 right now. If he can wrap around into that second S3 and take something out,
I think this is going to come down to the Spectre Tenebria then, right? Because then it really comes down to whether or not the Spectre Tenebria will be able to kill the Assassin Sid.
wait, something else that's kind of important is this Fairy Tail Tenebria. He has a lot of souls on the left side, and she can soul burn 2 turn cool on her S3 right now. She's almost able to.
Let's begin.
That's a good point.
He's able to soul.
That Omega might be thinking very soon.
Oh,
Not enough though.
huge hit.
Oh, but the Assassin Sid has no evasion left.
Oh my, wait, you're right.
It's
This Spectre
it's gotta be
Tenebria,
dead, right?
it has Violet
Surely-
Talisman. What if it dodges both?
Is this the time with S10?
I didn't dodge.
Ooh.
Most
I mean, it's
of the DPS gone on the left side now.
okay. It might still be a little bit early to call it.
Yeah,
There is
Apocalypse
still a
Ravi is in
chance.
dire straits, and if they can just survive and somehow push the end, but I don't know if it's possible.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Jenna, did you catch the health of the Fairy Tail Tenebria? I was almost curious if maybe he would.
Yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
14,000
Almost
health.
14K.
So it has a decent amount of health. It's not going to instantly die, but... Oh, wait.
Wait.
Wow, crit for 4,200.
Uh.
Wait a second.
Oh, and the
Wait, another silence
Oh,
on the
wow.
end.
Oh.
That dual attack. Oh my god, that
Wait.
was huge. She can't use any skills.
Oh
She had
my
her skills
God.
up.
Yep, she has her. She has both of her skills. Can't be used.
Don't know if it's. Oh,
This Fairy Tail
this is-
Tenebria, if he gets the... She has her S3 up.
Okay, with the soul,
If this
another
doesn't kill
silence.
Choleric, I think it might just be over. Yeah. Wow, I think Omega's actually going to take
Man. That's
this. Is this an RNG win?
that's plot armor.
That's
That
full
was-
skill. Oh, resist.
with the resist?
Resist on S10 though.
I don't know if that matters though, because the shuffle's still going to come out,
Yeah.
and there's too many units on the left side.
Oh, the end's
into
gone.
defense
Death
plate.
break.
Wow.
Oh.
Might just be it. Oh,
Looks like Omega might have multiple gods on his side after this
Oh,
match.
and the stun. Oh, goodness.
Wow, that was something else.
Oh, that's.
oh, I guess
Oh,
this ties things up with 1-1. AXGG losing the second round.
That's-
Now we are.
I gotta say, I think AXGG's draft was definitely a lot stronger right there. I
Yeah.
think that if that
Yeah.
Yen hadn't been silenced, she would have been able to cycle S3 into
Yep.
S2,
Mhm.
and I'm pretty sure it would have taken it.
Silence
I think
was
attack
huge.
with Spectre Tenebria definitely would have put in work there, and just even if the
Oh,
Fairy
yeah.
Tail Tenebria got to get the second S3 off, like. Oh,
And who knows,
man.
maybe would have gone enough souls. Dien generates so many, maybe could have gone a soul
Yeah.
burn.
Yeah.
Wow. That was something
I'm-
else.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless. That was quite the dual attack. Huh.
And dual
Yeah, I don't really
attacks,
know what else to say
Yeah,
about
did
that
make a
duel.
lot of changes yesterday too. We'll see. Omega stays alive in game number 2. Now
Yeah.
just up to round 3. Who's going to
This is
take
the
it? Of
final
course,
match.
XGG losing game 2. I also think that he's going to be going first pick in game round 3.
Yeah, I will say that one big thing is AXGG winning that first match and then losing the second. He gets first pick in the third one. First pick is generally considered to be a lot better. So if he came that close to winning on the second draft with second pick, then maybe this first pick is going to eke out that little edge that he needs.
It will depend on the 2 extra bans that we have. Hwayoung FCC ban comes through now, total of 6.
Takes away that first pick that ElfMage keeps going for. Or Omega, I apologize.
There's no more openers. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so like the early DN pick, I was kind of curious if there was going to be early prioritization on the Meteor Cowrick and the Spectre Tenebria. Again, if you look at the draft, like AOL is still on the board. You know, DN is definitely not as strong, nearly as strong, right? When AOL's on the board, but it does seem like AXGG still does have answers. He has the flawn. He looks like he's still very capable of playing the more aggressive draft. I think
AXGG is going to go for a really aggro draft again.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go for something very similar.
Estene and APOC, along with DN, so not too far off. Similar style of draft continuing from round 2.
I think that AXGG has a bit of an advantage here, though, because whatever is picked by Omega right here, his last 2 picks are going to counter the rest of Omega's team and then ban whatever is picked last. That's what AXGG is going for.
It's so good that you mentioned that too, Jenna, because one of the issues with AXGG's last draft is that because he was second pick, he had to kind of hover, or like he had to play a little risky, right? Like kind of showing the flawn. And
Omega was able to take 2 units to try and fight against that Politis.
Yeah. But this time around, I don't actually remember if all these units have immunity on, but if AXGG decides to go back for the flawn +1, I mean, there's a chance that these next 2 picks. Well, I guess maybe he doesn't even have to go flawn.
It's the Alencia and Shu, 2 recently buffed units from that last bounce patch, and both seeing a lot more play.
And here comes Flan from AXGG, locked in finally.
Going for that Flan Politis. Okay, trying to really just go all in right here.
The first Flan of the tournament.
I don't know how many immunities are on the left side. Oh, sorry, but if there's not enough immunities, Flan going with the S3 into S2 push can kill basically anything in the entire game.
Yeah, and the ACID, respect the last ban. You have to imagine this is just going to be
a bit disappointing. That wasn't actually Bad Cat Armin, but I don't think Omega wants to put his entire tournament performance on a very bad character.
Maybe not.
If you lose here, then you get knocked out.
Of course.
But if he wins, he's a legend forever.
Flan.
Wow.
Alencia ban.
That's...
Whoa.
You know,
wait a second.
actually...
So maybe he assumed the Flan ban. So he decided to just leave that up, sacrifice the Politis, and then just go for a Spectre Tenebria solo here. Wait.
Wow.
Wait, he outsped. Wait, is this a bait ACID?
Oh my god.
Maybe his ACID had all the speed gear taken off.
ACID
in favor of other characters for the tournament.
Did get Politis out immediately last round, right? That's what I remember.
We didn't realize how fast it was, though.
That's 40 souls, Jet, or he has 40 souls.
So still takes it out.
He could still, if he wants, he could still sober an S1 into the S3.
Yeah, this still does a lot of damage, possibly. Might just save it and go for the S3 and wait. Oh, okay. Decides to go for it.
In.
Ooh, for the Shu, actually.
The Shu actually takes quite a lot of damage.
The only thing about this is that he does lose some of the value with.
Wait,
but it
counters.
Okay, no. Shu had a 40% chance there, assuming he has the EE, of going into an S2, which would have been a huge amount of damage.
Oh, it's a little unfortunate, to be honest, that it didn't stun, but I guess it didn't really matter much. But hopefully that damage doesn't end up mattering later.
Yeah.
Like, that being said, Omega doesn't really have like much or pretty much any AoE. So
except for Shu right here.
Yeah, but you know, we're pretty much waiting on like Shu S.
Oh, here comes Shu.
Oh
my
god,
is insane.
And they're just taking them out.
Oh my god.
And since a Ravi is silenced, she's not able to S3 this one and take her out.
And there's no
I
extra buff on her either.
She could counter too. You attack anything, she could counter.
I
And,
know
oh,
it's
there we are.
counterattack.
She's on Snow Crystal.
Oh my god.
No S2 here. If this defense breaks, okay, no defense break there. That could have just ended it instantly.
This is so unfortunate because despite it being really bad, he has to go into the shoe.
Yeah, there's a
He has to
30%
kill it.
chance he crits.
It'll be the last thing you
Oh, and he doesn't
boy,
crit.
that's a heartbreaker.
It was
That's
only
a
a
heartbreak.
30% chance because she's on Snow Crystal with
And
Angie.
XGG
Oh my
says
god.
that
Wow,
is it.
and then
Can't-
he scoops.
I can't take any more. That is it. Omega will be moving up to round of 4. Congratulations.
Yeah, he was just like, it's over after that one. Whew. I mean, I gotta say, I think that AXGG kind of had the second match there. In the third match, Omega definitely had the better draft. I feel like I don't really understand why he didn't ban the Ace Sid still, because if he had done that, he still would have been able to have an attack buff Spectre Tenebria, I think, just take somebody out.
Did AXGG think that he would survive ACID? There was no way.
Oh, another big thing is the 20 extra souls being taken away. If he had banned a Sid, he would have an Spectre Tenebria with attack buff with 40 souls. That takes out anything. He didn't even have to ban Alencia. He could have just killed her. Or Shu.
But even in that draft, Jenna, or in that match, Jenna, I know it was a little risky, but if he had just killed the Acid early, I don't think Shu alone on counter, no less, with Hangai or with Meteoric Howard and Angel of Light really would have been able to get through the DN and the Apocalypse Ravi so early. I understand trying to get rid of the Shu as early as possible, but if by some magic, I guess some circumstance or with like a little luck, if his Soulburn S1 into the Spectre Tenebria into S3 had killed the Acid and pushed back some of the team, I think that still could have looked really good for him, but it's unfortunate because then what ended up happening, right, was that I guess like the Shu just kind of one-shot the DN, right? And he kind of was forced into it. Nothing got pushed back. There was no tempo for another team. And
He was
this
the
is
next match.
Yep.
Yeah, ready for our second match of round of 8. It is shuangshuang versus DYR.
I'm just here to show my face. Well, there he is.
He's just here to check things out.
He's just here. You all know him now. We've all seen his face, and well, I guess he's accomplished his mission. He can win or lose in peace.
Hey, Jenna, you notice anything similar about the most picks and the events?
A lot of most picks and most pre-bans are very similar. As you can kind of see, there's a whole lot of aggressive play coming out of Asia, right? Very different from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, basically nobody was going aggressive except for like 1, maybe 2 players total. But today we're seeing a lot of Rans, a lot of just full aggro run at your opponent teams, and it's definitely a whole different play style, and just based on changing the region.
Yeah, let's say his play style was aggro / power. That was from shuangshuang.
84% win rate. Come to the Asia server if you want to be an RTA master.
I actually recall, if I recall, I think people called this, or I think DYR was actually known as December, if I recall. I think that's what a few people...
Yes, he is in-game name is December, yes.
Yes. I do recall
18 matches.
he was a really, really, really strong player. I mean, you don't even need my... I mean, you see that win rate, geez, like 84.3. I mean...
Well, why would I want to be master rank on Asia server, though, you know?
Is that what we're...
Oh, let's see. DYR, December did have the highest win rate right below Cold Dash. So certainly among these players left in round of 8 does have the highest win rate. Let's see this match number 2 between shuangshuang and DYR. Starting with Ran and C. Lilius Man.
Yeah, we didn't see the Belian pre-ban this time, even though shuangshuang seems to pre-ban it, like it's his most pre-banned character.
So I think this game we're probably going to see, I'd imagine we're going to see a bit similar to what we saw yesterday from the Korea side, right? No opener is probably going to be a bit more of a slower match. APOC, trade with the Hwayoung, Tien, fairly standard. I'm assuming that there's still going to be like a hand guy AOL, something like that. or a Mediator Cowrick AOL here on the left side. Mediator obviously does very well, can strip the end's buffs, kind of does well into the Apocalypse Ravi. I almost think that with how it is now, like, so Mediator Cowrick as expected picked. We could also see the Adventurer Roz too, but I guess we're all
I think
Alencia
right
players.
side might go for a fully aggressive team, possibly into the left.
Yeah.
I don't know if they really want to deal with Hua Young and Emil Koerik here. And definitely something I'll say is, we've seen 2 regions now picking Alencia non-stop. It turns out this Alencia pick is really big cross-server too.
You know, Jenna, before the Operator Secret came through, I was going to say, depending on how this goes, right, he could kind of position into a more aggressive draft with Flan too. These are 2 units on the left side, or at least like with the Mediator Cowrick. You can play pretty aggressive into a team that, I guess, essentially has no speed threat at all, right? Obviously, maybe you could save the Flan for 5 or for 5th pick, but even now with Operator Cigarette, you don't have.
Whoa!
And the Faithless
Pre-buff
Litica.
Okay. If you're not contested in speed at all, Faithless Litica being able to reset somebody and strip the buffs is actually really nice. But one big problem is stripping the Hua Young's shield would actually be kind of detrimental for Axgg.
Jenna, do you happen to remember, is it -1 turn cooldown? Or is it -1 buff duration?
It's -1 buff.
Okay,
total.
the Faithless Litica.
And
right?
I believe it would prioritize the... Well, would it be the shield or the immunity, actually? It might be random.
I think if it's turn 1, it's always the immunity first, right? Because I think that's why... Oh, wait, no, it's
No,
not.
it's random. I believe.
Let's see how shuangshuang responds.
The thing is, Flitica has, I don't know, a million counters because she has a base speed of 114, so she's definitely one of the slower characters, probably on Guiding Light, I would imagine.
Should we get started?
And fishing
but-
with Ray-Ross.
Adventurer Roz, it has to be more temp. And the Ida, that's what I thought. This is going to be a really, really interesting opening. This is going to be a
what
really interesting
if
game
this
one.
Faithless Litica is damage? What if it's like a sub DPS?
Whoa.
With a bit of, the reset and the buff strip.
This just has to be a Sage Ball ban, though. I think that, just out of respect. This is a
I
Sage
feel
Ball
as
ban.
though you can't let that through.
When
It's
there are
too
too many
scary.
questions,
Like
you
we can-
usually end up banning the character before you go in.
And the
Operator Secret is fair too, but
wow, wait.
we have attack buff Ida with Faithless Litica and
Yeah. Being able to
and
control your team and reset you and then have a really just overall strong character like Apocalypse Ravi, if they can take out this Hua Young, I think they might.
I mean, I think you can. I think with DN and the strips and everything, like this is just gonna be. So I think the sequencing of it is gonna be attack buff given to the Ida.
Okay,
Ida
wait.
is-
Look how slow Faithless Litica is. I think it might be damage. Like 260 speed with some damage.
Yeah, that
It doesn't look that
definitely be
fast.
the case.
It's pretty slow, right?
Let's see,
And
we're
the
starting
thing
with
is
the
too,
end.
right? Yeah, so like, and the thing is too is that if you push back the whole team with this like Soulburn S2 into S3 and you push up, right? The really important thing to remember here is that if Faithless Litica S2s and then S3s the Mediator Cowrick, there's no way to cleanse any stuns from this team. Every single
This
unit
is
that gets
Alencia
stunned here-
both times, but Ross is in shambles right
This
now.
is already too much damage on the left. And
Okay, it's
Litica,
not damage.
not much damage at all.
I guess just take somebody
hold it
out,
up.
right?
I think you just S1 the
Yeah.
Adventure Ross. Yeah. I mean, you can even just reset the Hua Young. I mean, screw it, like, or reset the Alencia maybe? Maybe you don't want all the buffs to get stripped.
I find it curious why this Litica doesn't seem to be very tanky, doesn't seem to be very fast, and doesn't seem to do damage. Possibly
Maybe
on
it's
just
high effectiveness?
more
Or
poverty
FS?
gear compared to the rest of his team, and he just thought it was such a good pick right here.
Possibly? I mean, so like the thing about this here is that you do kind of get one turn of relief, right? Where the Meteor Cowrick was not able to use the skill 3 here and give the attack buff to Hua-Young, but honestly, attack buff Hua-Young doesn't really receive any of the bonus damage, or I think like almost any, against Ida, right? And Ida is also element advantageous against
Ida doesn't
Hua-Young,
care.
so yeah, this is
And
just
if
gonna
that
be a skill
was
1,
Ida or
right?
something, like, he would just win off of that.
Yeah,
Ida's gone.
and that's just
It was random
that's-
who they took the second hit on, but
That's okay, right?
Off
And-
of the end.
the blind doesn't really matter because Meteor Cowrick's gonna be pressing skill 3 in a second. So I guess just praying for the
If
goals.
you can get this Hua-Young low enough, do you think that Apocalypse
I think
Robbie's
you just
S3
said
will
it.
just kill?
Oh,
2 people are down, but she has the shield and everything, but you have attack buff.
Here's Hua-Young with the kick.
it would be a little dicey to be honest. Actually, now that
Ooh,
you know,
just not
actually
enough.
you send
If
it.
she
You
had
send it.
died, if that Faithless Litica had died, it would have increased the damage of Apocalypse Robbie's S3. Is this enough? It is enough.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
definitely
enough to
enough.
bring back Ida.
And that should just be it, right? I think.
Yeah, I don't. Oh,
This is what the goddess wills.
the defense
I
rate
don't-
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think that this Alencia can really take this out. This is a 25,000 health Alencia, really high health, but
Um,
So this should be enough.
I just don't see how that it
So-
could really beat the.
So the Meteor. So now it comes down to DN and
Together.
the Apocalypse Robbie against the Alencia and the Meteor Cowrick. I'm kind of curious.
My
I
goddess,
don't. I'm pretty sure, Jenna, that Alencia
I'll take your life.
by herself, just with Meteor Cowrick, can't kill or take enough turns to actually beat an Apocalypse Robbie, right? And
Yeah, there's just no possible way because Diane is just gonna start spamming. She's gonna start basically emoting,
Uh-huh.
Yep.
and
Alencia
this
comes
isn't
for
able
more
to get
damage,
much
but
damage.
it is just not
Not
enough.
even.
Yeah,
There
that's
wasn't even
400
enough of injury. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Grant me the power to extinguish the evil.
Over time, there will be more damage, but shuangshuang just left with 1.
Yeah, look at that damage. Yeah, there's just
Yeah,
nothing you can do.
that's.
Yeah, with the attack
Valencia,
buff.
Valencia is a decent character against Apocalypse Robbie, but she doesn't counter her by any means. In a one-on-one fight, if it's not full injury and you have some advantage, like you're gonna get rolled over.
Must be crushed.
Are you
I
saying,
know she can do a good
are you
amount.
saying Alencia needs an injury set 100%?
To deal with Apocalypse Robbie, for sure that she does, but we haven't
Honestly,
seen many
even-
injury set Alencias this
I
tournament.
will guide you through the light.
Even in this situation, though, I'll be honest. Like, when it comes down to just the Apocalypse Robbie and a support,
Ooh.
that I mean,
I don't
not
think
that
that,
there's
was
that.
really required at all, but you know,
it is a little
still
salt to the wound.
hurts a little.
Yeah, TYR does take game number 1. Shuangshuang did have an okay draft. Yeah, but could not resolve it
Yeah.
in game.
You sprinkled a little bit of that gotcha salt in the wound right there. That duel at the end,
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, most of the damage coming out from a Robbie, but certainly what we're seeing, the trend so far today, actually, Hwa-Young's win rate, okay, going down a slope here. That's interesting.
Yeah, that Faithless Litica just won a game. It was actually went really well. It's one of those kinds of things where Faithless Litica, I would say most people consider on the weaker end, right? Because of her base speed and stuff like that. But when you pick characters like this in the right position, they can still be really strong. It's just most people can't gear so many characters that they can put gear on characters that are really niche.
Yeah, and you really do have to consider like how value or how many situations are you going to encounter where Faithless Litica or these like tertiary like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, like 15th string kind of like openers are really going to see play, right? And you have to have them all geared and like as you say, Jenna, like not on like scuffed or like kind of poverty good budget gear, right?
Wait, I would like to definitely say right here with the bans, I consider this ban phase right here to be like DYR's win in a way, where they took away the Hwa-Young and shuangshuang banned a unit to help with their Hwa-Young pick, but it was taken away. So they basically banned nothing for them.
Yep.
And starting with a Ravi on the left side, getting first pick, he needs to get L round to go into. This is still best of 3.
Let's
So
advance
he needs to
together.
come back here.
So it doesn't really seem like DYR and some players like really fear the Angel of Light, right? because normally, especially what we saw yesterday, was a lot of early Meteor Cowrick, so you didn't have to deal with Angel of Light. But it seems like DYR and some other Asia server players have found a lot of interesting and pretty effective, it seems like, ways around the Angel of Light, right? Or like the threat of Angel of Light. Meteor Cowrick obviously still being picked up here because he is just like a fairly standard pick. But Galaxy if DYR has an answer to the AOL.
Yeah. I mean, Angel of Light is pretty good into those first 2 picks. The Alencia was picked probably mostly to protect the DN from the buff strip because Alencia is so popular. I see people doing that to kind of deny it, and also, you know, works versus Emil Quirk to strip those buffs too. Needs to determine, like, oh, sorry, how is he going to deal with Angel Light? Like, how does he change his entire team around that? Angel Light is one of those characters you have to pick your whole team around or ban.
Yeah, so you do need some cleave damage just to get that skill null away. Heir being picked up by DYR.
Yeah, DYR opts for the full aggressive playstyle just because of Angel of Light. That's pretty much what I was saying, is like you have to draft your whole team around this unit.
You know, Jenna, I'm kind of, you know, just based on the trends that we've seen so far, I'm kind of expecting the last pick Ida, and I think a forest ban, or it's probably going to be banned by shuangshuang. But then I think, honestly, or I think Alencia into this left side team is probably fine, right? With the Peira, like the unbuffable.
Well, now there's 2 activators for ML Sirmia over here.
Sirmia paired up with, of course, the duo.
The main character.
Eros.
Well, it's definitely not needed. Well,
Into the Ida. Okay, yeah, so DYR right here, are they going to opt for the Angel of Light ban because it's a 50-50 ban? Oh, wait, no, they have Peira as well. I think they can just take out
to deal with it. So
the Ross to take out the mitigation, maybe?
I think you have to ban ML Sirmia.
You think so? You don't think that they can kill her in time? I guess if Politis doesn't get banned, yeah.
Okay,
I think,
Sirmia ban and Ida on the right side.
Yeah, you were right because if they activate Angel of Light and Politis,
and then the match is pretty much just over from there, right? Yeah.
So we'll continue with the slightly more DPS on the left, and Ida, both DPS sort of taken out on both. Who do you think has the upper hand at the end of the draft now, Kana?
I think DYR looks to be in a really good position. I think this looks really good. I'm gonna assume that this Alencia is on injury set, and I think it'll probably kill.
We haven't seen much injury sets so far in this tournament from Alencia. It might not be. Landed most of the debuffs, so is actually able to get rid of all those skill nulls.
You know, Jenna, this is going to actually be a lot of unignorable damage, though, here from the Politis, right? Because this is an attack buff Politis, mind you, right? And
yeah, she does have the soul burn too.
The Angel of Light is also here. It kind of has to, I guess, decide between whether or not it's worth it to press S3 and another turn after this Politis takes a turn. But that's a stun too.
That doesn't really work because since he has minus 50% combat readiness gain, this Falco's Robbie isn't going to waste your turn before the wear it.
I think he might have just been looking to do some damage, but look at the Adventurer Roz's HP bar.
Yeah,
going down pretty quick.
Dead already.
Ross is about to wake up in Epic 8.
So, but. I mean,
wow, yeah. And it actually did push up enough because the extra hit right there. So she wastes her turn, she has no bars, so he can hit her as many times as he wants, and she doesn't get a CR push at all. And Ross is about to die.
Ooh. So I think even here as well, I think it's almost just worth it for him to just hit the Adventure Roz, right? Like, get rid of the mitigation, and maybe you can even just ignore the Apocalypse Robbie, right?
So he opts the S3 rather than the S2, so A. Robbie still does not have any of her bar.
This is a little bad though. It does kind of look like shuangshuang's actually kind of stabilized a little bit.
Yeah, he's kind of stabilizing the team because this Politis it's gonna die, right? The Politis was an all or nothing, big damage, go in, debuff, but then it's immediately gonna die as soon as Apocalypse Robbie hits it once.
I believe this is what the goddess
Will that be enough?
It has S2 now, right?
Please.
Yeah, Dian is able to push and shield, which is really helpful.
And get all the debuffs off on the right side.
Thing is, actually goes for Angel of Light. I feel like they need to take this Ross out before he gets another turn.
Yeah.
No stun.
I'm left
I'm
with
surprised that he's really just focusing on Angel of Light here.
I think he might have thought that there's. Oh, that's kind of big. Jenna, that's actually pretty big. Actually,
Yeah, the buff strip
no
is actually
silence.
really nice.
Here comes Alencia.
But it doesn't.
Wow. Okay, but it strips off the most important unit. I think that they're going to soul burn into this Politis, and then Apocalypse Robbie will just clean up right after, right? Oh wait,
I'll take your
I
life.
forgot about that. He still has attack buff. That was a little crummy. He actually has to use his second attack against her.
Politis, first target to be gone.
I think ultimately though, like I think this was always going to come down to an Alencia and 2 support kind of solo. So I think DYR is in a pretty okay position.
Let's advance together.
Just looking at the bar, I think Para has one more turn until she gets her S2, S3 combo back up. But the real question is whether or not shuangshuang is going to have enough damage or enough tempo to get rid of this, or to stop this Alencia.
I don't think it matters because Angel of Light's about to get her S2 up as well. So, well, I mean that's nice. It's a nice little duel, but he only has a grass unit, right? He can't really kill this Ross. He's kind of just this Ross needed to die way earlier in this
Ross
match.
was not stripped. That's another reason.
Stand down.
It is a really tanky Para though. If you noticed, this was a 15,000 HP Para, which is actually a lot higher than most.
That's actually enough to survive a DJ Basar S2. That might have been what he was going for.
Yeah. Thing is though, is that Meteor Calrix out of turns. If this, well, I guess Para's kind of out as well, but the units on this, a lot of the units on this
Ross
team
has
are rather
duels and stuff too.
Oh yeah, he didn't even use any of his skills yet, right? So
Yeah, he
Ooh,
soul
there's-
burned his S2 last time. I think that left side has basically just fully stabilized just about. If they're able to take out the Angel of Light though, then Para can S2 into S3. So she just needs to survive.
But is it enough damage from Alencia on the right side to get anything more?
Emil
that's
Kowaric actually doesn't have his S2, so I think Alencia is going to take out this Angel of Light right here.
Ends here.
yeah, I think it's definitely it's gonna be very prolonged. I think DYR is just praying that this anti-crit buff gives him as much value as possible,
Hey,
right?
anti-crit can instantly win you a game, right?
Is that enough? Is that enough? Oh yes,
Oh,
it is.
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, that's
If he's able to
Aola
take
gone
this
on the left.
Ross out. Something to note definitely is that Emil Korik's S2 can strip that anti-crit, so if he wants a big turn at some point, he can take off the anti-crit and then S3 with the Apocalypse Ravi to just kill Alencia if we get far enough into Frenzy.
I know we were talking about how we're going to get rid of this Raz, right? But I think DYR at this point is pretty much just waiting for Adventure Raz to lose his or to lose one more duration on Unity, and I think he's just gonna S2 to unbuffable the Raz, and then maybe try to. That's what I was gonna say. So he's unbuffable now.
Yeah, also
Peter
Warhorn's
Hackett
not
right
pushing
now.
on the Emil Korik, which is nice.
Yep.
And
A
going for the stun.
Fair.
Back.
Fair.
Flies.
I mean, also, Pei was able to kind of put out more damage on Ross than Alencia almost, because Alencia has a really hard time taking him out.
Yeah, you know it's funny. I actually think that DYR's way of taking out this. Who's he going
for it?
Onto the Alencia. Oh, that's a
I
lot of
think
damage though.
I think he wasn't really going for the
11K.
kill exactly.
Yeah, but
he
just
wants to do
damage,
enough
right?
damage to be able to just try and push this down. She has the heal
Defense
EE
break.
though, which helps her a lot.
Let's not forget, Diane has S3
She on
up
Rod?
too, so I believe she is on Rod.
If she's on Rod of Amaryllis, then that S3 may have been a huge mistake.
Ooh. And
She is.
Ian's buff.
And it looks.
That is-
This looks really
We're currently
rough,
into Frenzy
actually, now.
5. As soon as Ross dies, I think that this Alencia S1 Soulburn might be able to just take out the A Ravi really soon. You shouldn't underestimate her S1 into S2 with the defense break. It does a lot of damage.
And Ian's defensive mechanics continues.
And this, I'll be honest, this Apocalypse Ravi is kind of useless now. Like there's pretty much no value. Like she's just a.
He has
a
no
skill one
S3
partner.
and has to take this whole team out of anti.
Oh, and it killed the Adventure Roz actually through the Aureus. I completely forgot. I think this is kind of a wrap for DYR, right?
Kowarik doesn't actually have anything up on his next turn. I don't know if he can wrap around either. Oh, goes to the soul. Anti-crit
too.
doing work.
Anti-crit too.
And
We're about to hit
Ian's
Frenzy
buff.
6. I think as soon as Frenzy hits 6 hits, I think that Silencia might be able to one-shot the Apocalypse Ravi. I could be wrong. But
Oh, with
and-
a help.
oh my. The
Dude, it's
value
just-
dual attack, just for free.
It's just, you know.
Just this one's for free. And he can, go for the S2 and the Soul Burn.
Yep, starting to burn away at some of the.
He can't be
bar as
pushed
well.
up anymore, no matter how many times he hits her.
Yep.
Way too much shield on the right side.
Wow.
So that-
Not even electing to use the.
I think
Soul Burn.
that's
I guess he's
actually
saving
the better
for-
idea because it could get 50%ed, etc. Just safer play right here. She can't be pushed. He just gets to wail on him. Alencia's, ooh. She only has 15,000 health now, but let's see how much damage this does. Oh,
Oh, he has skill. Oh, this looks.
he's not messing around. He's playing as safely as possible
this
with
is-
every single ability. He is making
Yeah,
sure that he wins this match.
This is there's no way I'm going
There's
to get
no room
orange.
for
Yeah,
error.
going for
Yeah.
maximum battle frenzy here.
No possible way I could lose
Yeah.
to anything.
With this speed too, I'm pretty sure Heir
Oh,
even has
resistance.
2 opportunities to get the Soulburn S1 onto the Apocalypse Ravi.
Well, that was a nice resistance, but I don't think it matters.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Shuangshuang is going to concede, and it is DYR moving up to round of 4 to go up against the Omega.
Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting match. Oh my god. December, I'm not gonna. I think that was pretty clean, right? There wasn't much error there, right? It looked like December pretty much had exactly what he wanted from the draft.
Yeah.
Knew exactly what his game plan was, right?
Wow, there were 56 turns in that match. Interesting.
Yeah.
Alencia actually doing pretty well right there. She was able to close out that match. That Politis did enough damage early on in the match that they were able to close it out with the rest of the units. They were just kind of unkillable. The escort, the huge shield, the anti-crit, it made it so Apocalypse Ravi just did nothing. The thing is, Apocalypse Ravi is such a strong unit, right? Everybody hates this unit. But she does really badly into just lots of shields and defensive options because all she is a slower S1 bot until she S3s. She doesn't do anything until then.
Yeah.
No
And
utility,
I
nothing.
mean, that's part of the reason why I think a lot of people consider Apocalypse Ravi to be like fairly weaker in standard, right? Because when you have like so many of the mitigators, the knights and stuff, it's just tough. But now we're on to EnMaiChan and Tohsakarin.
Yeah, EnMaiChan versus Tohsakarin. This will be the 3rd match of the round of 8 here.
Wait.
Epic 7 is the best game in the world. Yes.
Wow, is he trying to hope for maybe some better luck or something? We noticed that the pre-bans are basically the same, and as for most picked, the only difference is Ran is replaced by Emma Lilius. It seems like a lot of the Asia players are picking, or like their most picked and most pre-banned are the same exact unit. And also, their most picked Emma Lilius and most banned. So basically, every time he's first pick, probably, he takes Emma Lilius. Every time he's second pick, he bans it.
He does like it, his ban strategy here. Does like he says he does like to go for speed and tanky decks. So let's see if that is allowed against his opponent, Tohsakarin here, who does like to go
Yeah,
speed also.
Yeah, and Tohsakarin, we did see more of like an aggro speed draft from him, but given how common or how similar the pre-bans are, I'm kind of curious what kind of match will emerge between the two of these players, right? Because we've seen when two kind of aggro players go back and forth. I mean, we kind of saw it last match. I mean, we could even see what happened, with Omega and Zodi, right? I'm not really sure if these players will play for speed, if they'll play to race each other, play Ran APOC. There's so much variation to this, and I'm curious if they're going to leave the Ran open or if they're just going to play standard, more like pivoty.
Well, neither seems to really pick Ran that often. So
yeah. So we'll see. But I don't think Emma Lilius is gonna be allowed in this draft, surely, right? And it's as I said, there's no way Emma Lilius is gonna be
first pick. Hua-Young has been a very prevalent pick this tournament. And notice the pre-bans. It's the two most popular pre-bans. It appears that every single time your first pick you ban Belian, and every single time your second pick you ban Emma Lilius, at least for most of the Asia players.
I'll take your
Yeah,
life.
seems to be a very big pattern. Epoch Ravi with a lot of ML Koeric also.
I don't see ML Koeric here on.
Oh,
my
okay.
side, and
Just going
it's-
for
EnMaiChan
it's the
just
Ran.
immediately decides, okay, I'm claiming, or actually
Yep.
just a flexible draft, right? They can go into either.
Yeah, so that's the thing too. So one of the kind of like the traps and one of the strengths I'd rather say about like the Apocalypse Ravi and the Ran is that if you see from here, like Tohsakarin, rightfully so, like wanted to pick Dilibet into the Ran, but now he's not even fully pressured into playing Cleave, right? Meteor Cowrick is still available. Bellion's off the table. Maybe he decides to go Meteor Cowrick and Stene. He could even honestly go with Meteor Cowrick and another Knight if he really wants to save his last DPS here. If he's kind of concerned about the Payra.
I'm gonna assume this Payra is faster than the Ran. I know Ran has higher base speed, but I feel like most Asia players seem to put their fastest speed gear on Payra. And if she outspeeds the Ran, I mean, whichever goes first is pretty big, because Ran goes first, he gets to put immunity on his whole team first.
And when we talk Pera, it has to be the DJ along with
This is actually a
Shu.
really interesting left side team, because the DJ Vasar, since right side isn't trying to cleave or go aggro, the DJ Vasar just runs wild, pretty much. Like, he destroys Payra.
Don't be afraid.
And Shu is great against Hua-Young.
Ooh, Destina.
Wow. These are some interesting picks right here. Very different matches than the other ones. Seems to be a lot of reactive picks from both sides.
I think it's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably going to be an Alencia ban for right side, DJB for left.
I think DJ Vasar has to be banned, doesn't he?
Yeah, and the thing is too, if Alencia is banned here, then Shu's kind of free to run wild, right?
Oh,
and
DJB goes through.
Decides to opt for that. So the thing is here, Payra she's in trouble.
Yeah,
Right?
That shield is locked in, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if Payra doesn't have enough health, DJ Vasar's S2 just kills her.
It just
So
one shot. Yep.
she's just going to be a glorified attack buff for the team.
Yep.
Not
even the
if she
escort.
decides to go for that. And also, Hua-Young's shield is going to be removed, and she's probably going to take a bunch of damage since DJ Vasar will push the team and then into, I don't know, some Shu damage.
Oh, let's see. Round one between EnMaiChan versus Tohsakarin, starting with Pera, of course, on the right.
Yeah, Payra outspeed by 1%, by the way.
Yeah, that is.
I'll take down
Ooh.
anyone who interferes.
Yeah, so he elects not to press the button. And so the one thing that we can say is that even though the Ran here, or even though the Payra doesn't have the escort, doesn't have the evasion or anything, he does have Destina on right side, right? There is still the opportunity to revive the team.
Yep. He just says, like, I'm not even going to try to give the immunity on Shu or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually going like this. I think he's going to just try and straight up kill Hua-Young. He
that
decided
the
to
way?
use it
Yeah.
right there.
I actually think, Jenna, that he might just be trying to stabilize a little bit, because I definitely think he's going to try to do damage to the Hua-Young, but I think he's just trying to get a kind
Maybe
of
he's trying
safe
to-
base, right?
Yeah.
Like
Maybe he
you know,
just
not
goes
get
Payra as well.
Yeah, and the thing is too is that Well, I guess it's like a little bit far away, but he definitely wants the immunity so that he doesn't have to worry about his Shu getting reset, right? You definitely want to be able to get both the anti-crit and the chance to counter here, right? And that's
All right.
And Shu's damage is nearly enough to take out Pera. That just a little bit of HP left here.
Is Hwang gonna try and take out? Well,
Which target?
I don't know what she wants to do. She doesn't have attack buff or anything, so she can't kill most of these people. Yeah,
I think
DJB.
the easiest target for him would be DJB.
it's the
better
easiest
pray-
target, but like, he's already
Oh, the
done
counter!
most of his. Oh my god. Okay, yep.
Lion
You see,
is-
this is the thing about Shu.
Off
Shu
the
is
board.
actually pretty scary because she has
no.
counter set on, and for any ally that's hit, there's a 20% chance she counters. So, and there's a 40% chance that when she counters, she does the S2 for free. And it pierces 70% defense.
And the
so
thing
she
about
does
this-
sustained damage.
The thing about this too, Jenna, right? Oh, actually, I was thinking that he might have just used the revive earlier, but he's holding on to it. I was gonna say if Decina revived, that the Ran was just gonna skill 3 and kill the Hwang again, and there goes your revive.
Revive oftentimes isn't all that useful because you revive right where you died on the combat readiness bar, so oftentimes you just die again.
Yep. Refresh the immunity, and
I think that Shu counterattack may have
Step back.
won it.
I think it would have been close. I definitely think that EnMaiChan definitely kind of still had like a good position with like the
It's a
pop
defense
was probably
break.
in the shoot, but there's no more defense buff either. So
I think it's over. I think that. Oh, she still had the cleanse. I actually totally forgot. The thing is, Shu is actually really good versus a character like Designer a little bit because she has so much defense pierce with that S2. It's 70%, I believe.
She's on Snow Crystal, by the way, Jenna. I don't know if
Yeah.
you caught that or not. But
I believe
that's even harder.
Omega was also using that. It seems to be really popular because the anti-crit with the Snow Crystal, you have a 70% chance to not be crit. Her survivability is actually really huge.
Oh, in the counter again. Oh, no problem
No
this
S2
time.
this time.
Wait, guys, for tomorrow. So tonight's RTA. Shu incoming. Shu incoming from everywhere.
Yeah. I think Shu's one of those characters that people have kind of been tiptoeing around where they're thinking like, she seems pretty good, but then no one builds her.
Yeah, they're like a little hesitant to kind of fully commit, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the.
And that's GG
and
called already.
that's just it.
Tohsakarin is going to give up the first round.
And Shu the rat wins. That was, I would say EnMaiChan just had a more dominant draft overall, and the Shu S1 into S2 counterattack was just the cherry on top.
Yeah. Again, I did really like EnMaiChan's draft just in general. I think that if you kind of just saw from this draft, like if you look at it, right, even with the pre-ban or like the post-ban, it kind of felt like EnMaiChan was always ahead in the draft, right? Always had had two ways to give immunity to his whole team, right? So Dilibit and Para didn't have that much value, and then you have essentially both of EnMaiChan's DPS completely, like almost 1-for-1 countering Tohsakarin's DPS, right? Shu does really well into, I mean, honestly, kind of does well into the Dilibit too, right? Like the anti-crit and just in general is kind of like a bruiser. Apocalypse Robbie definitely handles Dilibit most of the time very well.
I think
kind of goes hand in
I think
hand.
EnMaiChan just tricked his opponent pretty much and shifted his whole draft and just took him by surprise. And I think Tohsakarin just felt like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do against this.
Well, that was only round one. Can Tohsakarin respond well with his first pick now? 2 more bans will be coming, along with Ilias and Bellion.
I think there's probably going to be a Rand ban, I think, here. Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
And a Alencia ban.
Alencia ban!
Rhino, wow. You can see how much the players really respect
Yeah, but
Alencia.
Alencia's here really rose up to the top now.
It feels like Alencia's being more respected as this tournament's been going on even. Like, more picks, and now she's getting banned. I definitely have to say, just from personal experience, I think Alencia is just a really useful character. She does so much for your team in so many situations.
I believe
Dian and APOC is, I think Dian and APOC is probably, I mean, barring from I guess like the Ran APOC is probably like the safest second I guess like opener where you can kind of pivot into like more aggro. You can still kind of tank down, right? Like if you want to pick like A-Raws or more Knights here. I'm kind of curious if AOL is going to make an appearance here. It doesn't really seem like AOL is that strong though from what we've seen. I'm kind of curious if we had the stats on like what her win rate is, but it feels like everyone is very comfortable, especially in Asia, picking the Peira and the Politis, right?
Yeah, just opting for the aggressive draft. It seems like a lot of the Asia players are just like they're waiting to be aggressive. They're waiting for you to pick something for an excuse to play aggressively.
And then immediately, exactly, punish and capitalize on the super. I wouldn't say it's a slow draft per se, but it's definitely more conservative, right? Like, I mean, we're just seeing it. We didn't see any of this yesterday, but I have to believe that there's got to be a Politis in this draft here, right? Or it's probably Spectre, which is fair, but there has to be like a Peira. I'm almost thinking like maybe it's Politis or because I think ultimately like even as your last pick, if you really want to hide it, you can still sneak a Flan into this draft, which is crazy because of how like versatile this DN and 1 draft is.
But it is Crow this time from EnMaiChan. That's the 4th pick. Tohsakarin responding with Landy.
Yeah,
And
left side's
one
just
more.
kind of like a solid protection kind of draft, I guess. And pretty like just a very standard team of just like okay, tank, buffer, 2 good DPS that you see all the time, pretty much.
Yep. And the interesting or the really good thing about the APOC and the Sten A2, right, is that if you're just like looking in isolation, both of these DPS do really, really well actually into AOL, right? I think prior to the popularity of Mediator Cowrick and some other more effective like cleansers to deal with Angel of Light, these 2 units actually don't really care that much about being silenced or debuffed by Angel of Light. But I'm curious what last pick is going to be here now for Tohsakarin. I think maybe, or for EnMaiChan, it kind of has to be a cleanser or an aggressive option to deal with AOL while also because
But you know something that's interesting about EnMaiChan also.
Oh, Millen.
Apparently, wow.
Ooh, did show up in the draft twice, but was banned entirely yesterday.
Ooh, that's a good pick. Millum actually does really well.
Millum seems to be always
Dragon.
picked when she's going to get banned, right? She's always that last pick that people are taking, and then she just gets banned. She gets taken out. It appears, apparently EnMaiChan says anytime he's first pick, he tries to go full speed. Anytime he's second pick, he fully tanks up.
That's a good
Apparently
pattern.
that's just how he plays. Like, anytime he's first pick, he just wants to go aggro. So that's what we saw the last match, and then this match he immediately tanked up.
Let's see if he can finish the match with just 4 seconds left before we go in. Tohsakarin does need to bring this in with Hwayoung, Aola, Cowerick, and Landy. Is going to be the choice for round 2.
Kind of a scary thing though, Jenna, in this match is that Landy doesn't really have any good way of being knocked out, barring some like really unlucky targeting from Spectre.
I mean, you forget Guiding Light is a 70% chance of going stealth.
It always props,
And
right?
many a game has been lost from that 30%.
I mean,
That is twice a 15% right there.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Landy does have the soul. Well, there is silver for Landy though, right? So it's not really quite as low.
Yeah.
But
Also keep in mind, EnMaiChan, they said Epic 7 is the best game in the world. They get the little brownie points too. Like, I don't know. Maybe this Landy never
Oh, hey,
starts.
that has nothing to do with. I can confirm that for sure. Well, here goes Hwayoung. Runs the target to APOC.
ooh, so that was the other option here, right? Like if you didn't want to commit to running the or to using the soul burn on the Landy, it definitely would have made sense if you wanted to start
Besides
cycling
just
the Hwayoung.
destroy this Apocalypse Robbie. Because Landy was not going to do nearly as much. And also, this Hwayoung, look at her cooldown. 1 turn cooldown.
Yep. That's oh my god. Did you see that, Jenna? That's a 27.5k HP Apocalypse Ravi. That is a
Oh my god!
Kiss my feet.
Look at the damage right there. That was the like fully charged one. That was her first S3
Yeah.
with no charge,
Yeah.
and actually did like quite a bit of damage.
It was attack buff, which is okay, and I mean, I guess
It just still felt like a surprising amount of damage with no full or anything.
Ooh, and Angel Light does survive, but will be taken out soon enough anyhow.
it's honestly a little unfortunate. I think in this sort of match, especially with left side, EnMaiChan really needs as much damage to be spread out across the enemy's team as possible. I think he probably would have preferred if the Angel of Light died in one turn. But I think Crow's dead here now, Jenna, for sure, right? Like within the next turn for Landy, I think surely. I think Apocalypse Raleigh is probably dead. I'd have to imagine, and then the Landy is probably.
Oh, even with Tooth.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Because now if he S2s the Apocalypse Ravi or it stabilizes a little bit. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Oh, just go for S1 on to cover it instead.
I think.
Oh, sorry. I thought it. Oh,
I think he'll probably be fine.
Okay, never mind. False alarm. Yeah.
Quirk is my favorite DPS. Oh, wow. Actually didn't kill. This Apocalypse Ravi is very tanky. Usually I would expect Apocalypse Ravi to die to an Emil Quirk S2 there.
Yep. A-Ravi will be going down soon enough, so just might as well use S3.
Yeah.
So the thing is, though, like, even with this being the case, like, you can assume that what's about to...
I don't think that extra... I don't think that dual attack mattered too much because I think Hua-Young was going to kill either way and outspeed. She
Is
does
he going
have
to be
speed
greedy
buff.
and hit the Apocalypse Ravi and pray it kills both at the same time?
How is that greedy? Look at the crowd.
There's
wait,
S3
he has
onto...
skill 3 up.
Wait, the
He's
end?
like missing his health bar.
Okay, never mind. He's dead.
Wow, what a greedy play, 2,000.
No, I thought he was just gonna say. I thought he was, I didn't realize he had skill 3.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was just gonna skill 1 onto the Apocalypse Ravi. And I
Crown was on life support. He had 1 foot in the grave.
Okay. But I
Hua-Young,
mean, honestly,
plug.
even if he did it the other way, I think at this point you have to have some like really unlucky RNG, right, for the Spectre Tenebria to hit the Landy.
It's a
I guess it's
50-50.
50.
Oh,
It hits, but it doesn't
just
kill.
like that.
It's just a big buff. It's
There's
really the
enough
big thing.
buffs that her S3 is up.
Big damage, but...
It really comes down to, if this doesn't crit...
Here we go.
Oh wait, she has Soul Burn.
She has Soul Burn. I think
This
this
is
has
S3.
Probably over.
The damage...
Wow, wait.
Oh,
Oh, SNS.
Oh my
Wait.
god, it actually didn't.
oh,
Okay, she hit
she's
that one,
finally
though.
dead.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
she's finally dead.
I think
Okay.
even if that had missed again, I think Hua-Young could have cleaned it up and it would have been fine for him.
Wow, that was a super omega tanky Apocalypse Ravi. Really,
Yeah,
really not going
And
out.
the Angel of Light was so squishy, it took half its health bar from that A-Ravi in 1 hit, and it was so tanky. It's like a pretty scary one.
Yeah, Tohsakarin comes back now, 1-1 tied. Okay, we're going to be going into a third round very soon. But what did you guys think about the second game there? Just Tohsakarin having an upper hand?
Well, I mean, we've already seen Tohsakarin play some games, right? And they seem to be a pretty good, consistent player. I think that EnMaiChan just really caught them off guard in the first match too. And since he has first pick again, I think we can expect a really aggro draft again into Tohsakarin. Tohsakarin has to be prepared.
I'm kind of curious, Jenna, how good the Crow pick was. I get that the Crow was supposed to be like a way to deal with the Hua-Young potentially, but if you think about like just the rest of Tohsakarin's team, like strips, like 2 strips, unbuffable, and then Landy, it seemed like maybe there might have been a better pick there, but this is all what really matters, right, Jenna? This is game 3.
it. Round number 3 between the two players. The winner will move up to round
Look
of
at-
4.
Notice that band DJ Basar being taken out.
Oh,
It seems
someone's taking
Tohsakarin
Peira.
really wants to go for Peira, and Angel of Light was banned by EnMaiChan. He sees that and is like, okay, wait, they just took out both of the counters for standard play.
Is
So
still up, by the way.
Peira first
Well,
pick.
the thing is, EnMaiChan can go aggressive or standard right now because both of the big counters to her were taken out from the very beginning.
This is
He actually has a
interesting with
flexible
the ban.
playstyle.
Dilibit is still available though, which is pretty important to note. Peira doesn't do very well into that unit, unless of course you're trying to play.
Often she ignores it. You just don't S2. You just S3 and say, oh well, she's a really flexible unit.
Yeah, and I guess actually since there isn't the DJB anymore, you can't just get punished for pressing skill 3 either, right? So.
Don't come near me.
Ooh.
How else can you be really punished with that much shield? Or not
This
that
draft
many
is-
heroes.
Oh, okay. So it seems like EnMaiChan has more focused on. Well, actually, I would say the draft is still flexible. It could go more aggressive if he wants with the last 2 picks. He gets to scope out the draft of Tohsakarin right here. Basically, whatever Tohsakarin picks right here, EnMaiChan's 2 picks are going to be just to counter that because he's already prepared for the first 2, and then he just bans whatever that last pick is. So I think Tohsakarin has to think really hard about what are units that are really difficult for EnMai to deal with.
So something that was like that was mentioned, I think, or probably people are thinking about is like the fact that Hwayoung still isn't banned, right? Which I know a lot of people would think is like kind of weird. But if you think about, especially the few drafts that we've already seen, a lot of the more aggro drafts actually have a lot of ways to deal with the Hwayoung, right? Like Hwayoung in standard is not like even
like Hwayoung when you're going for just slow battles, you're never going to hit Frenzy 5. But if you go aggressive against her, you can take her out 100%.
Like if you see it, like
Shu.
Shu.
Shu's been doing pretty all right recently.
Yeah, recently, you mean in 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty
Arya
recent.
could do really well here, by the way. I think there's a lot of value actually in the Arya.
Arya.
All I can say right now is binoculars. The Landy last pick, you have to expect that to be bad. Like, look at that. It kills the whole team.
Do you think they're trading... You know, I'm going to be honest. Tohsakarin kind of looks like he's dead. I'm kind of confused how he's going to be able to deal with 2 really strong water threats against this right side team. He really wants to ban both Shu and the Arya, but now...
Shu and Landy being banned?
This is an Arya behind Escort as well, which makes her really tanky, and an extra shield from Emil Koleric.
Ooh, so S10A will basically...
This Spectre Tenebria can take a nap, take a vacation, and do whatever she wants, basically, and she's not going to take any damage.
This is Arya's match. This is her showcase right
Hwayoung's
here.
pretty strong, but elemental advantage on the left, too. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes, because the winner of this round 3 will advance into the next round. Let's see EnMaiChan on the left, Tohsakarin on the right, starting with Peira.
You know, EnMai actually says that he thinks high-speed teams are unbeatable. And he won the first one with it, and he's going for kind of the second one, right? With the first turn advantage.
So the one thing about this is that if there is a chance, I think, if by some... Well, no, not even. I was going to say, like, maybe with Dilibit taking a turn and letting, like, reset, maybe, or you do enough damage with the AoEs into the Spectre. Well, we're just actually going...
Oh, defense break.
Defense break. Wait.
That changed everything.
She's dead.
Wait.
She's actually dead.
Everything. That actually changes
gone.
everything.
He not only hit, that's a 50% chance of hitting, a 60% chance to defense break, and who even knows how much
Okay, that's too much math on live stream.
Oh, wait.
Wait. But the barrier might actually be enough.
Yeah.
You have to skill 2. You have to skill 2.
Yeah, he has no choice.
No. Oh, wait. Actually, I think he might have been able to push up and Soulburn into S3. But I guess this also works.
I think she would have died. Well, maybe not.
Because she would have taken the.
I think she's gonna survive this though, because Designer Littlebit does not have.
Ooh. Okay.
The only thing I was
1400.
thinking,
Wait,
like,
he can
Aureus
double
plus,
Soulburn into S3, right? But he probably doesn't want to. He probably wants to use Spectre Sneak.
Yeah, he probably just. I think he could. The safer play here, I think, is probably just to
You
Yeah.
want to try
No,
me?
he does that. I think because he didn't want to make the whole team invisible, because after she dies, Spectre Tenebria would be vulnerable.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Want to
yeah.
save up
I
for
just-
S10A?
the
Kiss
open.
my feet.
He's not really doing that much damage, though, is the thing.
Kiss my feet.
Yeah, with the shield from
Like-
the end, it wasn't enough yet.
I will step on you.
Targeting the end again.
Oh,
Stun!
what the? Stuns her?
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't matter too much because she gets cleansed, but...
My masterpiece? I'll cut you into pieces.
It's still a bit.
She
I will guide you
is
through the
dead
light.
anyways.
Oh,
The
wow.
Esper's still up, but
Heir actually got revealed for the amount of damage that did. It's a portrait of the Savior's
Evil.
designer Lilibet, and it kind of looks like Tohsakarin is in the driver's seat right here.
yeah, it looks like
EnMai just didn't have the damage. That defense break kind of threw his whole plan out of whack because he took so much damage so fast that Arya wasn't able to do anything.
that was on element disadvantage too.
Okay, let me just say this. My Ross never defense breaks. Especially not into a 50-50. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what
Oh.
magic Tohsakarin did right there, but...
Well, even with Hwayong, even with elemental disadvantage.
For the new bequest.
Yen comes in.
Oh
I
Says,
know
"Me too.
this is what the
Let's
goddess
go."
wills.
man, I mean, not that it's like super impactful, but just any extra damage here really kind of hurting EnMaiChan, right?
Wow.
Yeah, really throwing him off. Even with this S10A soul mostly burned out early on.
Yeah, you know, normally I would say maybe there's a chance because, you know, Spectre Tenebria behind like a wall. And
Oh, that's it.
I wonder if
That
EnMaiChan's gonna
is
change his little message for the next tournament.
Tohsakarin does move up to round
Hey,
of
maybe
4.
he should,
Congratulations.
Wait,
I mean, hey, I think that was a really unexpected match right there. That Ross S2 was
wow.
so huge.
Wow, show
that was
me,
big.
show me Adventurer Ra's MVP. That was really, that had to be all him.
Because even though Hwayong
Yeah.
pierces a lot of defense,
What? I don't know.
Well, we can have our
actually, I
own
think Crossfire gets
MVP.
50%. It's because Dien got hit really hard.
Yeah, took most of
He
the
got hit
defensive
so hard.
contribution, yeah, but you
Yeah,
know, we all
yeah,
know
yeah.
who the real MVP was. That defense break
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Araz. Yes.
I mean, EnMaiChan, in the description thing, they said high-speed deck is unbeatable, but
It was
RNG,
beatable today, but
yeah,
Arya was
can always
still.
come in.
Do you guys agree that Arya was still a pretty good pick during the draft?
I think it was a great pick.
Yeah.
I think that his draft was really good overall, but he just
I think
he needed to take
he-
the turn sooner, maybe.
He wins that literally 7 out of 10 games, I think, Jenna. That was
I don't know. Yeah, that was. I was really surprised actually. Oh,
Unfortunate.
going to the next one. We actually haven't seen either of these players.
Yep.
Oh, look.
Yeah,
What a name.
quick
So we have
switch into
Apocalypse.
our final match of the round of 8. Apocalypse here on
He's
the
going
left.
to
No, Rob.
clinch the championship. We see the same pre-bans, and the most picked, we see 2 of the same, except he seems to prioritize Dien. I mean, we're seeing Dien in, like, every single draft, right? Dien has become a staple of the entire game. It's like Season 1 again, or like Season 0, pretty much.
Yeah, that the ends. Yeah, the ends
And I think
equipment
everybody's-
pretty strong. Yes.
Yeah. I think everybody's waiting for that skin, too, for her.
Yep, and Apocalypse here game style, calm and cool. Let's see how calm and cool he can be during the draft.
I kind of
mean,
wish
when
we could
you-
see a camera of the players, see how calm and cool they really are.
Oh, I don't.
I would not be that calm and cool after some of these things.
And his opponent here, yeah, jiatengkele is the pronunciation. Still
Wait,
very high win rate. Jiatengkele.
Ah, okay. He's
so
looking a little bit sassy there. And he actually changed his bans a little bit. No Emo Lilius bans, so maybe he's confident against it?
I think AOL is still, to be fair, like AOL is still fairly good again, or is still fairly reasonable as a pre-ban. I'd imagine most of these players probably own Mediator Cowrick, so I am curious if he plays a bit more aggro, and that's why he doesn't want the Angel of Light here. But here we go. Game 1 in, what is this, match 4 of the round of 8?
Yeah, let's go.
So
Match
now it's,
4 to to find out the final member into that round of 4. The two pre-bans. Maybe this game, Billion might be open, seeing from the most banned from both sides.
I don't know. I mean, Belian, if she's not banned here, she's banned next match. It seems like the Asia players hate that character.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that usually a lot of people prefer to take away this the Bellion, right? So you can have like the Spectre Tenebria.
See, Lilius open this time.
So he actually took away the most picked unit of Apocalypse. It seems like Apocalypse picks Dian every single match, that he would rather take away his preferred pick than take away ML Lilius.
Oh, but actually it's
Ron start.
It's the red Epoch. Okay.
No, maybe he was trying to bait him into picking the ML Lilius or something. And he expected
300
the blind
IQ
ban?
draft so far.
Is it my time to shine?
A little bit to respond, along with what?
Yeah. Probably I'd imagine it's probably.
Are you prepared for this?
Almost Cecilia,
Because the thing is,
actually.
if you commit too hard to anti-cleave, you get punished. If you commit too hard to, standard, you get punished by that team.
Wow, Hwyong being picked in 3rd pick. We've never seen
Right
that.
side is just staring at the 7 disasters, just picking down the line. He's just he found a tier list, and he's just like, all right, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, DJ against the shield?
Friends is quite fun,
That's-
actually.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Apocalypse here has a lot of answers to Dilibit in these first 3 units. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't really
left side has
look-
no damage and has to kill A Ravi and Hwyong. We see a nice damage dealer, but DJ Rasar is pretty scary here too, because he can also cleanse that MO Lilius, and also that FCC becomes a liability.
Okay.
Ida is still available here too, right? For last pick for
Yeah.
Another
right
source
side.
of DPS might be needed for Apocalypse. What is it going to be? Only
Yeah.
19 seconds to choose.
I
mean, Ida is terrifying. Honestly, I see Ida as a unit
Oh,
that
damn,
almost every time
instead.
she's picked, I feel like I have to ban them.
Ooh.
Going
I
for
think-
some
I think
counterattacks.
She's scary.
I think Ida trade Rem, I think, is probably what I'd expect here.
Oh, please pick Melissa. That'd be
Melissa?
crazy.
Gunther?
Some people are actually using Melissa in some teams after she got buffed because
Violet.
she's really hard. Ooh.
Oh, he's not banning Rem, is he?
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
not
maybe he
banning
expects
Rem.
the ban and he's banning it or something. He does like a 5-head play and he knows that the other guy thinks he's banning Spectre Tenebria. Okay, he goes for the honest ban. What he could have done is banned Rem because he knows that the guy wants to ban Violet because he thinks he's banning Spectre Tenebria.
Yeah, the thing
That
is,
would have
though,
been.
I don't actually know if Violet's. I mean, I guess now that like Violet's banned, the real question is how good is this draft into Rem? I mean, I guess you don't really care that much about Rem here because you have
Counter. There's the first.
She's already awake.
Uh-huh.
She's not messing around here.
And also, Dilibit does some damage, not too much.
Yeah, she does a little bit. Like, she's kind of like a sub-DPS. I think against Hwyong and Apocalypse Ravi, though, she's a really, really weak DPS. I think this match, it has to be the Rem show, pretty much.
Yeah,
Really just
and
comes down to her.
What's really unfortunate and scary about that is that we still have. Oh, it's Water's Origin DJ Bazaar as well. Like this whole team is getting stripped of their barriers, but how exactly? It's really gonna come. What I really think it's gonna come down to is how strong or how much heavy lifting this Hwyong can do, right?
Well, DJ Rosar's S2 was pretty weak there because Emerald Lilies didn't get a shield because she took 2 turns, and Rem had already lost it, so that actually did very little overall. Like, he lost a lot of his effectiveness of what makes him scary there.
Oh, killing FCC here, interesting. I really thought that he was going to commit to the Dilibit, actually, and try to just make it a Dilibit versus
This is going to do a nice chunk of damage.
Got 21k damage onto FCC, but still stays alive. Yeah, Hwyong
Bigger
also
and
has
defensive.
a lot of
Oh.
HP.
Back.
You know, Jenna, I think
Maybe
he
they
can
help.
almost full send into the FCC,
Okay.
and he's just going to pray for them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
what I.
Big counterattack. I think he actually made the correct play right there by not S3ing with Designer a little bit because he didn't want to kill anything, so Designer will, or so that no one would get revived.
Ram is certainly alive here.
And you know, if Designer a little bit dies, I think. Oh my God, yeah, she's just gonna pop off with Emma Lilius. Like, he just wants to keep getting them dual attacks.
17.
Oh, that's
my.
Wait.
Yeah, that's game though. Apocalypse, even though Hwa-Young was so tanky.
Jiateng is just immediately like, okay, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this.
Yeah, Ram is too active today.
Mental reset.
Apoc wins. Apocalypse, game 1 winner.
You know, there's two strategies when you're losing. One, you decide to just wait it out and think of a strategy for the next game. Or two, you immediately leave the match so you can just go to the next one so you don't get it doesn't hurt your mental at all.
You don't get
Was that
you don't get slapped
guaranteed
even more.
loss?
Yeah, you don't just witness your team getting demolished.
Wait, I'm
Maybe
not really sure if he would have lost that because if he could have survived like one more turn from Rem, like that Rem is basically taking no turns, right? And it's just what was it, Dilibit into Apoc? Dilibit Rem, who's not going to take any turns into the Apoc. Maybe he just didn't want to play it anymore. But I didn't think it was going to be that impossible. But
well, let's see. Very likely he will get the first turn in
Game
round
2.
number 2.
Yeah.
Well, here we go with 2 more bans. Sure, Ram will survive. Maybe some more Hwa-Young bans compared to Korean server, Asia server.
I
Not
think
really
Emma
banning
Lilius is going to be
Hwa-Young as
banned
much.
by
Okay.
somebody.
yeah, I think the other, like the typical openers are probably going to be banned here. Like we're probably going to see Ran and Melodius banned, right? It's fairly likely. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah.
See, Lilius
So-
and Ram being banned.
So
A lot of the really aggressive options being taken out, but Hwa-Young is still up and running.
Yeah, so Spectre Tenebria is what I'd expect to be taken here, in addition to maybe Meteor Cowrick.
I think at least one of them is going to try and hide their draft and then go into a Payra aggressive team. Because we've seen a lot of that from
that does
a lot
seem
of
to
these
be the
Asia
trend
players.
for Asia server players.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
right.
okay,
First
never
pick
mind.
Payra, never mind.
Why even hide it? Just shut, like, I'm doing it.
Yeah,
Who
you know
cares?
what? Yeah, who
Apocalypse,
yeah, who cares?
he's feeling it right now. He's 1-0 right now. He's just like, you know what? Who cares? I'm going right in.
Almost, but Alencia is the
Hey,
choice.
Alencia is actually really good versus Payra, and she has high survivability.
You know, Jenna, there is a world where he could pivot into a Ida Pavel draft here if he decides to hide with like Politis and Pavel here. It would not be the worst draft in the world. Pavel does really well actually into Politis, or rather into the Dilibit. And he already has the security of having Aureus and having Apocalypse Ravi, right, for the Dilibit, and kind of trying to stave off some of the excess damage. I'm curious how he's going to pivot though, right? Because as it is right now, he already committed into a more aggro draft with the Payra, right? So and he's hovering the Ida. I think he's thinking about it. Picking Ida
I
this...
feel like left side is forced to be aggressive, but
Yeah.
I really think the first pick Payra is kind of an overreach when Angel of Light and stuff is still available. But, oh wow.
Ooh, Charles.
Okay, I gotta say, I'm actually loving the left side team because Closer Charles is just such a sick unit. He makes the match so fun and interesting instantly. Right side could pick something to possibly deal with it, but decides to just tank up.
Down.
Apocalypse basically did not play Charles at all. 10 times in total.
Really? Wow. I mean, I think the Sage Bale pick is probably fine, but the thing about Closer Charles is if you just let Closer Charles do whatever he wants, usually you can get run over really easily.
Yeah, it was always going to be the Ida. I'm kind of expecting. I think it actually might. Those are 2 really good last picks. That's what I was going to think. Like, you really want to get rid of the Ida, but now you've just given attack buff Opsig into this right side Hwa-Young. I mean, I guess the damage might be maybe survivable with Dilibit, but now you have.
Well, I wonder, is Closer Charles going to break the shield?
I mean, I almost wonder, like, if you're afraid of that, do you even have to do it?
Let's see. Here comes Peira starting from Apocalypse, who's leading this best of 3 so far.
I mean, realistically, you could almost just skip
gonna
it.
break the shield. Yeah, but then
can't you
Closer
just, like,
Charles
skip
is
his turn?
Dunzo, right?
Well, he might cut, right? And you still have
I guess with the pushback and everything, that is possible.
and then
Okay.
he hasn't.
Okay, he goes for it.
Oh, I don't know.
What if he misses the crit?
Oh, it's
Let's see.
13k HP. Maybe it
All
doesn't even.
crit.
Oh, but it did break. I really
Okay,
don't.
I think he S3s right here, does a ton of damage, then Apoc Ravi S1s, which does a bunch of damage, which pushes Closer Charles up, and he's going to take a turn into S1.
Yeah, I guess that also works.
Because that's a lot of damage. I think that he
Is
might...
that 50 though?
Does he hit Hua Young to push Closer Charles? Wait, this Destina's so far up, though.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he
Destina's
can cut.
Tough choices.
Oh,
Onto Alencia. Not enough damage
Yeah.
to kill.
The problem
And
is,
just gonna
yeah,
try to
that's
build it up.
huge.
Oh wait, he's still 3.
I thought he was going to push a unit up, to be honest, but
Wait,
that's a little different.
That I'm not sure if that was the right.
Maybe he thought he just took too much damage on everyone.
Oh wow, that was actually extremely close to killing. Actually, I know he got the Guardian Ice.
Closer Charles just got hit.
Ooh.
Not a good
Oh.
sign on the left.
Wait, he resisted.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I think Apocalypse is...
Oh, he's wasting more and more hits on
Because
him.
3 of his units are dead weight at this point.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this must be one of those resist Charles that, doesn't build evasion.
Yeah, got the damage off.
No
Only
evasion
2 left on the
artifact,
left.
Closer Charles must have been on 70% evasion, right? And got hit twice in a row?
Possibly.
I
This
really
is an S3 here.
Well, that's
okay.
game.
He just decides to... Wow, it seems like both the players just, when they think they're gonna lose, they just instantly dip, right?
Yeah.
They're just like, okay, I want to just do the next match, mental
I
reset.
think you just had to S1. I don't know why he ran that. I think he for sure you just S1. You get to cut back after you get the S2 and the S3. And at worst, if your Closer Charles dies, at least you're not fighting Hua Young, right? Or like if like Destina decides to revive, at least now you have this. You have a prime target with Apocalypse Ravi to S3, but it's just
It was a really hard choice for him, I think, where he was just like, I hope I don't break the shield, but he had to take the play where he sacrifices Charles to get rid of Hua Young and do a lot of damage.
I kind of understand why he might have thought he wouldn't do enough damage too. He had 13,000 HP on that. Closer Charles.
He also
That is a lot of
could have
health.
just not used Peira's S3 maybe, too, and gone for
Yeah.
the Closer Charles,
Well,
I
there
guess.
were lots
but-
of options, but Jiatengkele did win game number 2. Now off
Yep,
to
yep.
game 3 very soon. Apocalypse first pick. Is he just going to go for Cleave again, or the speed now that he has the first pick?
And yeah, I think for sure. I think with how aggressive Apocalypse has been, I think there's definitely going to be. I think there might be a mitigation ban here, guys. I don't know about you, but I think there's probably going to be. I'm almost positive there's going to be an FCC ban, maybe, or maybe another support. But it kind of feels like
Hair ban, possibly?
Oh, Alencia ban.
Another Alencia ban.
Wow. Really, Asia server. Really.
They really don't like that.
Yeah.
Dien is
respecting
banned,
the power of Alencia here.
Peira and Emerald Cleric are up. I think Peira is going to be picked again. Oh, yep. You see, they're actually picking it so early, I think because they know their opponent wants it, that they're prioritizing it so hard.
Okay, well, I'm kind of. I think there's probably a good chance that there's going to be more aggression from the right side. I really don't think it's going to be another closer though. I know the Closer Charles, like there was a lot of value in the Closer Charles there, and there's definitely a world where, like again, we saw kind of like a win con there. Assuming some things went differently, but I really think maybe this time around we'll see maybe a Politist. Like I know, Hua Young is fairly tanky, usually paired with Knights, but Politis, especially when you are fighting against a Hua-Young plus supports or units that activate her with their skill 2, actually does a lot of damage to the Hua-Young. If Spectre Tenebria gets picked here, I think even more so there would even be more value, because Politis with attack with also kills.
Oh.
I mean...
Well, he's got a 3 DPS draft, but he has a cleanse. Okay. Wait.
He's saying he could do it better.
Yeah, it's just like, what if he drafts the same draft?
No, he's not picking summertime.
No way. This is just okay, Charles from jiatengkele this time.
He is just saying you screwed that draft up. I'm gonna do it. All right, now let me show you how it's done.
Oh my god.
Let's see if this old man can bring it.
It was a bad draft. It really was just kind of a difference in the play. Like right side clearly
banned.
There's no reason to hold.
like he's.
Well, Boss Hazan, more damage.
What the?
And A-Sid!
Okay, you see, the A-Sid was something I considered because it does kill close to Charles, but then it can just die right after to Apoc Ravi. But, wow, yeah. Jiateng just says, alright, you know what? I think I can just do your draft better. I think you messed this up, and, you know, it's gonna win this time.
Celine?
I think it has to be like a stabilizer or a knight or like a reviver or something. I don't think.
What?
Whoa, okay, wait a
RV?
second. Arbiter Vildred here.
It's. I think
let's
you can
think this
still
through.
probably afford a stage wall ban, right? Because now you have Arbiter Vildred, and this left side team really cannot survive an Arbiter Vildred. S3, especially with focus, with an attack, with greater attack buff, right?
It is possible that they could deal with it in some ways if they're able to like soul burn, right?
Opsig being banned.
Okay, takes both foes out. So this, I would assume Sid takes the first turn, but we've seen some crazy fast payros. Who knows, right? And there's speed RNG. Like it could change everything.
And it is Asia server. Let's see. We go into round number 3. The first turn goes to Payra.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
3%.
That's kind of 3% difference, by the way.
If this closer Charles is also tanking like the last, I mean,
Well,
that there would
would
be,
get
like,
silence.
amount of
Oh,
value.
20% chance he evades though. Okay,
Oh.
he didn't evade. He also just took very little damage though, but he's...
but now you might have to actually commit something to this closer
Wait, they
Charles,
might
right?
S1 the Arbiter Vildred to get him low to double kill with... Or actually, design a little bit maybe will S3 to soften him up a little.
We'll see the target so far. Just Charles. That's one gone.
Because he has to kind of go for this soul burn to double kill Arbiter Vildred, or he's going to possibly take a lot of damage.
You aren't even fit to kiss my feet.
He's
The
going.
thing is, though, is I'm curious if a no attack.
Oh my god!
There's 0
Arbiter
HP.
Vildred practically putting the casket lid on himself, but he's still there. Oh, that's a really big... He's going to die to the
and
poison and immediately
resist.
revive.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my. I wish we could see how much health exactly he was at.
Oh, 11.
He doesn't get
it is
greater
kinda
attack.
tanky.
Oh, it's 11,000 health. It's one of those tankier Vildreds.
Oh, the damage
And-
is pretty good.
Oh.
He misses the sit. If he got greater attack, I think the match instantly would have ended.
I think this might be over, Jenna. I think the only thing that's prolonging this a little bit is a silence onto the Apocalypse Ravi, and he doesn't even care about it, I guess. But I was gonna say, like, the only thing that's stopping Apocalypse from losing this game is maybe a silence and more of control on the Apocalypse Ravi, but he's just not even going for it. So I guess he's just praying.
Apocalypse
he can
Ravi
kill?
does have her S3 up. This is going to do a lot of damage to
Yeah.
Payra.
But even if this kills Pero or whoever it kills, like, he has a good target to S3. He has. Look at this A7.
Oh, he's still alive! This Arbiter Vildred is the best health pair in the world. He's impossible to kill.
And now getting one back with that
goodness.
S3.
Into the
Charles.
counter Charles, and he's
Here we go.
S3. Oh,
Jiatengkele, did he just do
Oh,
it?
Somewhere on his ear that saved him twice.
47
47.
HP.
Oh
Oh my
my.
goodness.
Oh wow, That's gotta hurt.
And that's a stun.
And no.
Another
I'll stun you again. Oh my god. Do it again.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Apocalypse. I feel sorry for
Jiatek,
this
really
guy.
say
Apocalypse.
anything you could do, I could do better. Oh
That
my
must
god.
really hurt. That just
Holy.
literally the difference of like Spectre Tenebrae having something like along the lines of 15 extra attack or something could have made the difference for
And-
the whole match.
That is it. Apocalypse will drop. Jiatengkele will move into round of 4. Going to go up against Tohsakarin in the next round. Wow. Jiatengkele actually used quite a bit of Arbiter Viltrid. Has one of the highest win rates during the prelims. 72.7% win rate with Arbiter Viltrid.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, he has the unkillable Arbiter Vildred, apparently.
Yeah.
It was such a menace that game when it seemed like it wouldn't be able to do that much because you can double kill it and just, even if it doesn't die, it gets stunned by the S3, but it just never died. It never died when it was supposed to, when Apocalypse was like, okay, it'll die here, and then it doesn't die, and then, oh, it'll die here, and it still doesn't die. And it
So
just
something-
was always there.
So something of note, and to be like mindful of as well, is that he did have Payra mitigation, and the Spectre didn't actually have like an attack buff or anything. So, and I don't
True.
think Apocalypse's Spectre Tenebria, I don't think actually almost any Spectre Tenebrias we've seen in this tournament have been the like traditional, or not, I shouldn't say traditional, but like the speedier, like higher damage, like can kind of kill things a lot faster and quicker with Soulburn S1 to S3. I definitely don't think it was penetration or pen set at all. But stuff like that really matters, and knowing your win con and your damage is really important. And I mean, congratulations, right? Unfortunate to
You usually have
Apocalypse.
to ban the last pick, and he didn't get rid of that Arbiter Vildred, and actually kind of just took the match from him.
Yeah, RV Base
Yep.
certainly the MVP of that final game, but of course we're not done. We still have 2 more matches. Now we are moving up into the round of 4, but before we actually go into those 2 matches, we're going to take another short break, and when we come back, it will be those 2 matches to find out 2 winners from Asia server.
Yep. Yeah, it's like, all right, let me go take a piss.
And welcome back to E7 World Arena Championship 2022. Asia server, it's time for round of 4. Only 4 players left. And at the end, we'll have the 2 best players from Asia server moving up to the main stage. Starting with Omega versus DYR. This is the first match. Again, this is Omega's 3rd match. So far, he has only dropped 1 game.
Yeah, so, and we've talked about it before. Omega, probably one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Really strong. I think he had a pretty dominant showing in his first match. However, the second one, I think it was a little too close for comfort. And he's got to make sure that he doesn't get put into that kind of situation where RNG can take the wheel. But we know he's really strong.
He certainly, but he almost did lose against Axgg. It came very close in round number 3.
Yeah, let's see what DYR is. He's probably not prepared for DYR either, right? He was very prepared for his first opponent, but I don't know if he's researched his others.
I'm gonna be honest, and like in stark contrast, DYR looked really, really, really good in his second match. Like pretty much no holes in that draft. That was
his win
really
rate's even
solid.
higher somehow.
Yeah, you know.
Omega always has one of the highest win rates, but somehow DYR even has a higher one.
84%. You know, it's. I mean, it seems like they're probably going to be fighting head to head in the aggro playstyle and that sort of draft, and you can. A lot of their most picks kind of overlap. Where I'm assuming that these players kind of play very flexibly, but it'll be interesting what kind of match we get here. Maybe a speed race, maybe something else. We'll see.
Oh, let's see, because DYR did mention that he sometimes has trouble following the speed and the bans. Heir ban actually to start off. From wow.
Looks like Omega was watching those matches. Was like, okay, I'm not dealing with this. Just takes the Heir out immediately. Like, okay, that's not. Even.
I'll deal with
Are we-
this.
He's been picking the Huangshuang every single game. First pick, he really favors it. And by taking out the Peira, I think he helps himself be able to draft like that, right? Because Peira seems to be one of the integral picks against these Huangshuang kind of slower teams.
And APOC DN combo again to respond. Now Omega certainly thinking about his 2 more picks. What is it going to be?
I think Omega is kind of being. I think DYR kind of like taunted or kind of is provoking him to pick the Ran, right? I think, especially with the kind of opponents that Omega plays with and the units he has geared, I think Omega is very, very familiar with, or more. I guess like more inclined to pick it and the Ran, as you see here.
You know what's interesting? DYR's profile says he bans Ran regardless of the turn order. And he didn't ban it here, and Omega has it. So I think he might be kind of unconfident versus Ran types of drafts. Like, he doesn't really play against it much because he always gets rid of it. He thinks that speed teams are too hard to deal with in his profile.
Does that mean that he has something in store then? Because he clearly didn't ban it here. He didn't forget it.
I think maybe he was just hoping Omega wasn't going to pick it, and he took out the Emerald because he knows Omega's Emerald is so good.
So he wants to follow with Sid.
Or
and
he does have something to go against
And interestingly, Jenna, if you do recall, in the match that DYR played against, I think it was before, wasn't it DYR's DN that outsped, or was I mistaken? That one
outsped the Assassin Sid? Well, I think the Assassin Sid may have just been kind of slow, but maybe his DN is actually insanely fast.
Ooh, because honestly, or I don't know, like if you look at this draft, right, it's DN, it's Green Sid, it's Wanderer Silk, so it looks like he's trying to race the Ran. Ran's probably not going to get banned here. I'm curious if there's going to be a Vildred or something to, I guess, kind of take this team along, or to pair very well with the Wanderer Silk, right? We don't even know what kind of Green Sid this is. We have to assume, or we'd like to assume, that it's probably a faster Green Sid, but faster Green Sid looks really bad, honestly, into this left side team.
Those are the Arya and Angel of Light. Interesting.
Well, that's going to put him in a pretty good position. Let's see.
I'll do everything.
Let's just put it this way. This match is going to end real fast. Wow. He really wants that first turn. He has 3 speed imprints.
I think okay, I'm not going to spoil it, but normally I don't think this right side draft makes much sense.
Are you thinking maybe it's a damage Sid?
No, I think this watcher. Well, we're not going to see it. I think this watcher shirt was actually speed tuned to cut to about 270, 280 speed on a DN S2, which would then let him like cut and kill, which would have been like obviously the ideal draft for like speed tuning, because then you would push up the green Sid, your green Sid. Again, like if it is damaged, like you said, Jenna, right? Like maybe it could kill like one of the slower, or like one of the.
Let's see who gets first. DN goes out.
Wow.
Very quick
And
with
he
Sid
can
and
attack
Silk.
buff this Sid. And the Silk S2 being able to also do a ton of damage there too.
I'm curious what kind of. I'm kind of curious what EE this Wanderer Silk has on her, because he could have given. He could have given the.
Isn't this kind of over?
Rand is
This
gone,
goes into
guys.
Arya, and then Silk goes into Arya.
I don't even think you need to. Don't you just go into the Alenta and you press S2?
This is it.
With the and then you S2 with the Wanderer Silk and it's over. Yeah, that should just be it. Right. And
Oh, nice and cool 24,000 damage.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, that was only 3 turns. Now Omega has lost two of his characters.
I mean, honestly, I don't know about. I'm actually more scared of Arya, even though I think he's probably okay. I think Arya is a little bit scarier in some ways than the Alencia, but I don't know if it really matters.
The only thing I would say about the Alencia versus the Arya is that I know it is really annoying to hit this right here, but with Alencia, everyone would have gotten unbuffable, and then it's like defense buff, and it's a tiny bit scary. There's also no guarantee that you really would have been able to death break or even kill the Arya, right? Though this also really does
this
not
isn't
look
doing
great
that
either.
much damage. I think that Elmage's Arya is more about speed and utility, kind of, than really doing tons of damage on lifesteal and resisting everything.
Yeah, still the damage is a
Still
lot
doing
from Sid.
so much damage.
I think Sid is one of those characters that I think everybody's wondering, why did he get an exclusive equipment on his S3 as well?
You mean why didn't he get another buff? Or
Sid he's one of the only RGB 4-stars you ever see. And he's a terror.
I'd actually kind of argue it's a little bit of a shame that Smallgate didn't give him a speed stat.
Oh yeah, you know,
Oh,
just
well,
make him have
they-
136 speed.
Yeah, they did go down. Arya is still staying alive though.
Yeah, so we're kind of just in this at the point of this game, right? We're waiting really for either the Angel of Light or the Arya to get knocked out of. Yeah, to get knocked
Because
out
that
of.
cleanse, no blind, you just go right into the Arya.
Yep.
I will guide you through the light.
Oh wow, she's actually out of bar. So attacking her didn't push her back, but it doesn't really matter at that point.
Yeah, doesn't matter too much.
Oh,
Wow,
okay. Yeah, I still
DYR's aggressive draft hard punishes Omega right there. That was really well done. Omega traditionally, just as a player, has always been a slower playstyle player. And in previous seasons, he had some problems dealing with cleave and really insanely aggressive teams.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, but he's tuned. He's gotten a lot better at dealing with them, though. In the most recent seasons, he's been at his finest, I would say. But I still think that he's more towards the really slower drafts, and maybe DYR just caught him off guard with that draft.
And that was also DIOR's second pick start. And likely
Yeah,
that's going to
that's a
happen
big deal.
again. So that's a huge deal going into round number 2. Omega needs to change up his drafting style for sure, because we thought before we went into the game, DYR was going to have some trouble dealing with the speed of Omega.
Yeah, apparently he was ready for Ran, even though he says he permanently bans that unit.
Yep.
Wow.
So that's what I was thinking, right? Like if that's really his game plan, like I don't mess around with Ran, and then he invites you to pick the Ran. That
He was confident,
that's pretty spooky.
Hwayong, Dian, Ben coming through, 4 bans in total now.
It seems
Omega
like
getting first pick
DYR
again.
Seems like DYR's DN is insane. Like its speed is
Yeah.
so high, and with the imprints, it's like 320 speed or something.
Your life
Yeah.
ends here.
So and the APOC taken away here, I think is fairly standard.
fight a losing battle.
Oh.
Rude.
DYR opts for a slower playstyle. He takes the Emil Kawaric and the Alencia, I guess, just to make sure that he's getting all these buffs and that Omega doesn't have any.
Omega Omega still does have the Ran open. I really don't think it's that bad of an option right now. I mean, there is
DYR,
politics also available.
maybe he's prepared for that. Maybe Omega might be a little traumatized almost from the first match too.
Yeah, just from the speed of the these picks, DYR is picking those zeros super quick, and Omega using all the time he has.
Yeah, I mean we know Omega is an amazing player, right? But DYR's playstyle, he might be really prepared. Like he might be exactly what Econo was saying before, inviting a certain picks into him to counter that. And Omega really has to think carefully about how he wants to approach this draft.
Hey, Raz, Aola, kinda, do you like those picks or not?
I really don't like Angel of Light into the Meteor Coward.
Well,
I mean,
maybe he doesn't want to fight it. That might be one of the big things, that if DYR picked it, he would
Billions
feel
open,
helpless.
that's right.
Oh. Wow, you know, I forgot this character existed because
It was free banned all the time, except for this
by
match.
every single person.
Forgot about Bellion for a while.
It's kind of incredible.
Wow, DYR response
Left
seems
side.
okay.
ML Surmia seems like a pretty big pick for left side right now. Two characters that are really susceptible to it.
With A Raz
Amelia's
already.
still open too.
Let's
Oh, but the Crow.
Crow is a pretty good pick into ML Surmia, but there's also stuff like the A Ravi and the Ross there. I don't know about this
Jenna,
one.
I really think the Cena might have been okay here on 4 to deal with the AOL.
There's Romeo.
Doesn't really get punished too. Oh.
Well, I think they may have preemptively picked the Crow because they want to use that to try and take out something like the ML Surmia. Because
Kinda
she's
just
going
like
to
as
get
an
speed with using Air S3 and doing so much damage to your team.
Yeah, I'm curious now. I mean, Omega already has two technically, like, I guess damage dealers that he could protect and kind of work around with the Angel of Light and the Adventurer Roz, and I'm kind of, I guess it's kind of up in the air if he wants more utility, if he wants another damage dealer. It's certainly not going to be expected from Libria, maybe an Amelia?
Certainly
Could
having
be
lots of
here.
thoughts.
Yeah.
And
Down to the
Violet
wire.
all of a sudden.
Violet.
Oh, Remnant Violet. Okay.
Sometimes you just have to go for chance.
Well,
Yeah.
it's pretty good versus Belian, and I would say probably Alencia as well.
And
The
DYR.
only, oh,
Whatever
wait.
gets picked here is getting banned.
yeah,
Or Steam and Shadow.
probably.
It's getting banned.
Archdemon Shadow doesn't do. Yeah, Archdemon Shadow does pretty well into the AOL.
It's not
but-
like the most absolute force ban instantly, but it's a pick you don't want to deal with.
DYR has
here.
very low win percent with Archdemon Shadow
no
though.
ban.
Only 57% win rate.
Taking out the Angel of Light. Okay, so there's no mitigation, but the thing is, this he can't actually cleanse his team at all. So if he seals this Spermia, she's dead weight actually. But he has to survive the huge amount of damage he's about to take from Omega.
This is about to be 3 AoEs too from right side, Jenna. Like, we're gonna have to kind of pray for Remnant Violet also to survive this as well. Pocketing the ML Surmia, I think, was always going.
Ooh,
to
the
be
Alencia going before Ross. It's possible that speed RNG and that the Ross will take the. Whoa, wait!
Some respect.
It didn't strip, but it hit.
It hit.
I was going to let you off easy.
Oh,
What?
there's Alencia.
Well,
That's actually really unfortunate. Well, actually, no. Actually, going faster is really good because I don't think that Omega can push through all of this tankiness now,
Don't tell me
unless
what to do.
resistance.
Oh,
wait.
but
it
but
procced.
Illuminate the unknown.
it's okay though. I don't think this is a right side team that is really super worried, honestly, about
It's
like
really
ML
tanky, but that Surmia proc is really nice for Omega. Remnant Violet lost so much damage though from getting hit there. His attack buff is basically completely negated. It's just a dry S3.
For
You
2
know-
turns.
Jenna,
Let's
this is a fully defense buff team. Like even with the Sermia, I can't.
Oh,
well,
that strips the defense buff. That dual attack.
Nicely done from Omega.
And he gets unlucky and doesn't. Oh my.
no land.
Wow, Omega is actually getting some really, really nice lucky plays right here.
Here comes Valiant
I-
with S3.
Is it actually gonna be enough though? Like it really actually doesn't look like Omega has enough damage to do anything to this right side team. Like this is a fully defense buff team. There's barriers. We're not even taking into
Here's
consideration
how I see
counters.
it. It's possible.
Oh, it
wow.
did.
That's huge.
Oh
Serena
no!
scales off of defense, so she loses 70% from
God.
that. That's more than the defense buff's even
Rip is
giving.
just literally negative damage. But oh wait,
Wow,
wait.
you have to remember, Alexia has 50% effectiveness from her passive, so she actually has a really high probability of landing that.
Yeah, great point. Sermia now can't really do too much, but might as well just go for this.
No matter how small it is.
Yeah, I think no matter what, you definitely want to take it
Does
off.
no-
Like, get the defense
Oh
buff
wait,
off.
Remy Violet.
4,000.
Countered. Oh, but Ryder's coming.
It does a good amount of damage.
With the defense buff on Valiant, let's see the damage.
I'll
11k.
Oh, it heals him a nice amount. The thing
Oh,
is,
this team is
this
starting to get injured too.
the thing is, this Arc Demon
flies.
is really scary. Arc Demon is just always a ticking time bomb. When she gets her S3, usually the match ends right there. But she's gotten really unlucky so far.
Valiant still stays alive.
The
Blind
the
surviving
mediator counts-
might force Ross to have to actually go into them. I think Ross. Oh yeah, okay.
I desire your flesh.
He has
I
the
think he's
soul
gonna go
bird.
for it again.
Let them escape.
Yeah, he's soul birds. I think that was absolutely the best possible play. You do not want to risk that.
Yeah.
I will shape my own
Whole lot of
future.
damage
Remy
stripping into the
Violet
left side.
still has S3, by the way, and he's just gonna go for it. He's not even gonna wait.
But it does so little.
I almost wonder if he should have waited one turn, but I think he wants the heal.
Yeah, that
No counter though.
Alencia is probably gonna try and going on her
But
instead.
no death break.
I actually kind of expected it to go onto the Sermia to try to finish it off, but I guess because it's sealed.
Fight a losing battle.
Is this? I think that's injury Alencia, right? This looks like.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the lion attacks as well that has that injury.
True. Good point.
If she counters here, oh my!
Oh my god!
There's a little help.
I think that's.
It's probably
I think
gonna
it's over.
cut.
Weak.
Oh my god!
Oh,
it's
Archdemon.
That counter attack.
Are you
Oh
Jeez,
my!
to do
And
damage.
kills Ross.
Oh
Oh
no!
my! I think that's it. The Arc Demon countered 2 times in the match.
I think that's all
Omega
she
got
wrote.
like a nice little RNG thing, but DYR got some huge stuff in
Wait.
this match.
Was that? Oh.
I smell living creatures.
He can force seal as well. Yeah.
Burn.
Yeah.
nothing he can
oh,
do.
No. Wow.
He doesn't proc, but I don't know if that really matters when you can just run at him.
respect?
And you just.
Is
wow.
this the end of the race for Omega?
Yes.
I think it might be. Oh no.
And Sermia is gone.
I'll
Only
take your life.
Apocalypse probably
DYR
left.
actually doing. Wait, is this gonna hit?
S3 on Archdemon.
Oh, and it doesn't hit.
no.
Getting really
2.7
unlucky there.
damage. Ooh.
Honestly, there was a
Not
lot
enough.
of layers of RNG there. The no
There was
chance
so
to
many
miss.
layers of RNG and so many things that could have gone different from both sides.
And that is it. DYR will be
Wow.
the first player moving up into the main stage from Asia server. Wow,
Wow.
congratulations.
DYR,
Mhm.
actually,
Dude, he's a scary player. Very scary player.
He seems to just have no issues with anything or anyone. He's doing incredibly well here.
That is
He
an
just took out
intimidating
one
player.
of the biggest favorites of the entire tournament. Lots of people going to the tournament are just like, oh, Omega? He's probably going to get to the finals or something. He's probably going to win. And I mean, there's a reason why Omega's always at the top of the ladder, right? And DYR showing that in tournament play, I guess he's one of the most top tier players ever. He had the second highest win rate out of everybody. And he showed why.
And also, I was really surprised that his DYR's Arshima Shadow again only had 57% win rate, and it's above 50%. But compared to the rest, and knowing that how many games that he actually won, it was actually one of the lowest win rate on his on the hero pool. Next lowest was Challenger Dominio, which I think we can disregard.
Yeah, I guess as a last pick there, it was really the right pick though. He did really well there.
But the thing is though, like you do have to remember that, and like even for as good as you know, as some of these players' accounts are, I do think that December or DYR was an exceptionally smart player. I think
No, yeah, I mean,
all of like his draft, like you could tell, like even from the draft, he's like, oh, he wasn't really sure about what, like he made Elf so uncomfortable. But let's look.
Yeah.
Once again,
Let's
it's
move on
Tohsakarin.
because there's
taking
no
your
break in the
opponent out
middle,
of their
man.
comfort zone can be
Yeah,
such a
yeah,
huge
yeah.
deal, and I think he really did that. I think he did a lot of stuff that Omega just didn't expect.
Tohsakarin, he's all the way up
'cause-
here. Just one more win in this best of 3 will put him in the main stage.
Yeah, he actually had a really close second match though, if you remember. Like it was very close on who would win, right? But he barely was able to make it out of that one. The final match was really a huge back and forth too.
Yeah, same for his opponent, jiatengkele here. He almost the RB.
Yeah.
47 HP was it?
Oh god, yeah. I completely forgot about that. That was actually a super close match.
Yeah, both these players, really close matches. Maybe they were just against opponents that were really taking them off guard, or maybe, I don't know. They need to make sure their drafts are perfect against each other, though. They don't want any sort of shakiness like that, I think, here.
We will see. Only one best of 3 to decide who's going to be the second person from Asia to advance into the main stage.
You know what's interesting? Jateng, if you read his motto was Amelia, the best in the world, but she's not even in his top 3 like most picked characters.
He's just a fan. That's
It's
all.
just a slime fan.
He's not
Bit
a
of
real
a
fan.
fake comment, huh? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like,
I mean, I don't know. The guy said like love and peace, and I don't know.
Try me?
but all right. So very standard, right? Like the Bellion and the Emma Lilius band.
Yep.
To die.
I would okay.
My
From what we've seen
God.
today, this is like the most standard
Heir.
Asia match, right?
Oh,
This feels, yeah.
my
Dien, I'm not even surprised. At this point, I think a lot of people who are watching can see the similarities, right, of just what they like to prioritize, what a lot of these players are really trying to go for and think are their strongest picks.
But we've seen some response with DJ and sometimes not.
Yeah, because Payra's really hard to deal with if they're going super aggressive, because DJ Rassar won't get a turn then. So like, she is weak to Angel Light and DJ Rassar, but if you're playing so aggressively that you just kill them, it doesn't matter.
Not again. Come on, not again.
Come on.
Relax. Not a...
Oh, still Charles though.
Closer
Oh
again.
my god.
Dude, this is
In
a
his
man
last
with
match-
no fear.
Cleave.
In his last match, when he saw his opponent do that, he's like, "That's my draft now," and he's just using it. He's just
He was like, wow, you know, that
Okay,
works
it
give
super
me
works.
that.
well.
It works
Let
on
me just do
tournament
it again.
stage. Okay.
free draft. Thank you. That he connected the dots and was like, "This is my draft now."
You know, the thing is though, is that
I'm ready.
ooh shoot. Wait, no, we're not.
Again?
I don't know if
That's the-
Arby's
Oh,
quite
Bryce
the same.
Area.
Okay, Tohsakarin's team, it kind of just looks like 5 characters. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just I don't really see a lot of the synergy and like a team comp there. It feels like just a lot of characters in response.
It's been so long.
And was the final choice.
But this looks like a Wanderer Silk band then, and then
Yeah.
we're gonna have to pray that.
Well,
Well,
remember,
actually,
the Payras in the past, we've seen some high effectiveness. Oh,
Heir ban.
Wait,
and Bounces
okay,
on
wait.
ban.
What if he has a really fast close? Wait, he had 13,000 health. No way.
yeah,
Wait a
no,
second.
I don't think that's happening, right?
Does he know the Wander Silkling that
Let's
fast?
advance together.
See, of course, the end first.
Oh,
and Charles,
yeah.
99.
Okay, yeah, that's actually.
Please, save us.
We've been seeing a lot of fast DNs, and people have been picking imprints with their DNs as well. Really valued. Wait, what
Yeah.
if they go for close with Charles and they miss?
Ooh.
Wait,
Or he
What?
could go for the
Oh my-
the forfeit button
He's just
instead,
like, oh,
Jenna.
pack it up, pack it up, I'm out of here.
Alright,
He's
later.
got a train to catch. He needs to finish this match real fast.
Wait, did he miss the train?
Yeah, speed racer respect, okay?
Oh,
Listen,
yes,
there's a code
outspeeded.
of honor.
And
He's looking at his watch.
sometimes actually this does happen. Yeah.
He just immediately just, I'm out. I'm not doing it.
You're pretty fast, yes.
You know, really, Jenna, I actually thought that if you just banned Sage Ball, if you just banned Wanderer's Silk, yeah, or even just at the end, either one, I actually think he, like, okay, obviously the Sage Ball would be able to take the turn, it would be a little RNG, but I mean, if Closer Charles took the turn S3, like you presumably allowed the Ida to take the turn Soulburn S2, and everything
the MVP.
dies.
Belian, who's not even
Belian was
there,
banned.
was the MVP. Yes, she was the MVP.
Still the
She
MVP.
ate the ban.
We get it,
She
okay?
ate the ban.
We get it.
Damn, she's
my
good.
God.
They
Well,
broke the
turns were
system,
taken.
guys, okay?
Oh
There
my
were
God.
2 turns, 22 seconds, stage 0.
They broke the system. Okay.
That was pretty impressive, so.
All right,
I mean,
here we go.
Jay, I think to a lot of Asia players, they would say Belian is MVP. They permanently ban her for a
Yeah,
reason,
they-
right?
Oh, what we're watching is Top Gear Epic 7 so far.
Wow.
And okay,
Oh,
Paraman.
The first time we've seen 2 players ban the same thing.
Of course,
Neither of them will-
it's blind ban, so this can certainly happen in the future too.
I'm actually really surprised. Neither one of them wanted to deal with this unit. Like, they both felt uncomfortable about the opponent picking it.
I will guide you through the light.
Ran is still up. Ran is still up. I mean, maybe Tohsakarin was learning from DYR though. Because we
okay.
just saw this last game. We just saw this last match.
Okay.
It does not
This
look like
man,
it's a wrap.
the man on the right he has something coming up real soon. He's got
Yeah.
like maybe half an
Yeah.
hour or something. And he's trying to zoom. He is going, he's picking so fast. He immediately raised the white flag in the last match, and he's going clean. He's going in.
So the thing is though, is that about like in contrast to the last draft, right, where we saw like this Ran and Hwayoung draft, the Meteor Cowrick does actually provide a lot of stability, right, to the draft or to this match. Bellion is pre-banned as well, so so the Spectre Tenebria is also available. We could see another Knight, and then if you just take aside, just ignore the fact that we have Ran for a second, right? If you have like say an Adventure Raz and a Spectre Tenebria, well now you have an attack buff, a tank with Aureus, and you have 2 potential single target protect the kind of characters. I don't really know what the point
I mean, hey, it worked last time.
but yeah, I mean, I guess if you have it perfectly speed tuned where you can
Right side
just
has right side's flexible still, right?
That's 10A?
Because
yeah,
even though
it's
he has the Ran,
right, and then
he has Emil Caloric as well. He's a really flexible team, and he opts for this.
And Destina to sum up the draft for jiatengkele on the right side.
Switching to
Tohsakarin.
Oh my
Cigarette.
God, this is what happened last time. We just that's just it. That's
Dang.
just the answer
5th
to
pick bans.
So this is a very different match than the last one. I wonder if the left side has enough damage to be able to break through this.
Show me what you can do.
I'm curious.
He does take the first turn, but obviously his S3 is not really all that useful.
Skill 1.
How should we do
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, probably on the Dian maybe. Oh,
Let's advance together.
Onto a Ravi instead.
So like the
Actually-
thing about this though is that like this is going to be like I know that normally when you see a designer a little bit into and an APOC, especially into like a Spectre Tenebria, it's kind of scary. But I think Wander Silk actually adds a fair amount of like variance here, right? Because you can actually like now you have like the added it's really tanky Wander Silk too. I don't know if you guys
keep in
see
mind
it.
that's a 2-turn silence. When his
Yeah,
turn comes
yeah.
around, he can't actually S3.
That-
So he's actually completely useless for 2 turns. Or one turn.
Designer Lil, I actually really don't like the kill there onto Ran.
There's Hwayoung.
Because
Fight you.
that was almost kind of just like your revive target, right? Like for this for the Hwayoung or for the Hwayoung kill. So That's kind of a head scratcher.
Tenebria
But...
saving the S3. I think they want DN to use S2 and then stun the
So-
Apocalypse Ravi after. They're holding it. But
so I
DN
think
is equally gonna hold it.
So stun
So
is
now-
Just
on
had its
hold.
standoff.
The silence is gone on Kaweric now.
oh, so we're killing. Wait, that kill. Oh my god, that Korak
That's
is
a
dead.
lot of damage.
That
Yeah, I
Korak
think
is-
he dies
is dead,
to
I think, on
S3
skill
and
3.
Designer a little bit comes back. I
Yeah.
think Tohsakarin might have this.
Well, it
I will
it
guide you
really
through the
kind of
night.
depends though on
My
the
guidance.
on how well like this team can tempo it out.
This.
I think you just go for it, right? For
Enjoy
sure. I think you for sure go for this, but okay, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Those-
17,000, and that's kind of just it.
Oh yeah, and she didn't even use skill 3, right?
Yeah.
Here's skill 3 from Dilibet.
Oh my god, and I think that's
Yeah,
so
wow.
true.
Looks like the silk pick is actually working really well from Tohsakarin. It disabled the MO Kaweric so hard and gives that extra speed and gets the dual attack for all that free damage. Really
Wow.
valuable pick overall for Tohsaka.
Yeah, really saved up, and Kaweric didn't do anything in this game.
Yeah, he was actually a dead pick. I just don't see anything that he can possibly do. This
it's
Spectre
just it.
Tenebria is almost
I will
open.
guide you through the light.
Doesn't really have that much soul saved up either.
Grant me the
And with the end, just
distinguished
providing all the shield, all the extra
Yeah,
shield, and
and-
that's it.
and-
2-0, quick 2-0.
Wow.
Tohsakarin will be the
Um,
second player to move up into the main stage. Congratulations.
Yeah, Tohsakarin had a pretty close second match, but this third one, they rolled their opponent. It was definitive, right? It wasn't even close. The first match ended in seconds, and the second match, I mean, it was pretty clear that he just had the advantage the entire time. His opponent, well, I hope whatever they had lined up is going to go pretty well. They were just playing so fast, and I feel like they needed to take a little more time to really think about how they were going to deal with some of this speed and the Wanderer
Yeah.
Silk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tohsakarin really, the first game just outspeeded the opponent, and then the second game, the Silk really coming into effect. HS server really putting a lot of priority onto Sid and Wanderer Silk compared to Korea.
But and also the Payra. We saw no Payra from what I remember yesterday.
Yeah.
Just like none. Today, everyone's just like pick or ban. Like I don't want to deal with this thing.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlight. We'll have some lots of speed race
Oh
moments.
man, this green Sid perfectly
Yeah.
tuned
This-
for DN
Oh,
and
this
Wanderer
match-
Silk
this match was insane.
so perfect.
He drafted the perfect team, basically.
Oh
right there.
man.
Oh, and that hit on Remnant Violet there was so huge, and
Yeah.
the resistance
Oh
from
my
Arc Demon.
goodness.
Like she actually, I was surprised Ross even tried to land it in the first place, but the fact that she 15%ed it.
Yeah, and we missed it here, but
it was
before there
just-
was a defense break onto Sermia. That was also huge.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah,
Live and
yeah.
die by the RNG. Omega had a pretty nice little bit of luck in the second set, but he got really unlucky, I think, in the matches against DYR there.
Yeah.
And the
No,
last...
only this one match specifically.
Oh, yeah, we just skipped that. We just skipped
Yeah,
that 0% game.
Yeah, we did. We just literally did not. Yep. Yep. That was just.
already over.
And
Yeah.
that was pretty much
Again,
it. Mhm.
I think from this match again, like there were like obviously in every match there's like a few things you can do like different or you see differently, but I'm really afraid,
Not
or
gonna
I'm
lie?
a little intimidated. No, I'm not gonna say that. No, I was really intimidated actually by December, and honestly, Tohsaka didn't really seem that intimidating from his match with Apocalypse, but I think DYR is definitely someone I think everyone's probably gonna have on their radar, right?
DYR
That-
looks scary.
Yeah. He took out one of the favorites of the tournament, and he just looked so strong the entire time. And look at all of his matches. He's never lost.
And he
Yep.
was
And
supposed to be
he-
weak against speed, and he found a solution
He's-
already.
Yeah, maybe he's
done.
lying.
He's good. He's good. He's figured it out. Wanderer Silk Green said, "Yep, he's smart. He's got it." You know.
And Tohsakarin had some trouble coming up 2-1, 2-1, but in the round of 4, it was easy 2-0 victory. We'll be in the main stage. Look out for these two names when we get into the main stage. We do have the two winners, and of course, we only went through 2 regions. We'll have next, I believe, is global server.
Oh,
and-
Lots of familiar names for the
Yeah.
viewers here.
These
Oh
matches are. I
my
honestly, I
God.
wish we could watch more of these first ones.
Yeah.
Some big players are going to be knocked out at the very beginning.
yeah.
This is going to be really, really interesting.
This is going to be next
global-
Saturday.
Global plays a mixture of what Asia and Korea does. Asia was insanely aggressive, Korea was insanely defensive. Global's all over the place. So we're going to see all sorts of things, and I guess we'll see what type of playstyle is more predominant or prevails.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
excited already. It will be same time, Saturday. Lots of familiar names, of course, as we do have a lot of global viewers here on. And that will be Saturday, and then after that on Sunday we'll have Japan and Europe on the same day. So very exciting. Today's what did you guys think about Asia server overall? We certainly had lots of different speed race, lots of different prioritization of different different heroes. Starting with Kana, just sum up your thoughts on today.
I thought what we saw today was kind of more in line with what I would have expected to see from like the E7 World Championship kind of meta. Especially if you like play, or especially like winding down towards the end of the E7 World Championship mode, like when it was on the ladder, there was a lot of like speed contesting, a lot of aggression, a lot of people wanting to punish slow players or like improper drafts, and I think you kind of saw it, right? In addition to some people just playing the way that they wanted to, like a lot of like originality, but like, you know, them wanting to follow their own game plan as opposed to reacting to the opponents, right?
Yeah.
That's really fun. Jenna?
I mean, there's 2 really big ways to play, and one of them is forcing your draft on your opponent, and they have to respond, and the other one is really just kind of sitting back and trying to, you know, see what they pick and respond to that. And it seems like most of the Asia players were just like, I'm picking Peyra, deal with it. Like, okay, you pick your counters, and I'm going to counter whatever you pick. They played completely different than Korea. It was so fast and aggressive, which I would say is more the popular playstyle of the meta right now. A lot more prevalent from what I've seen, and I thought some of the games were pretty exciting, and some of the drafts were really interesting. We didn't see anything like Pirate Captain Flan because the matches were so fast you can't possibly pick like that.
Oh yes. So certainly Asia had some different taste into it, but this is only 2 servers. We still have global, Europe and Japan next week. So just think of it as every Saturday, Sunday, we're going to have this for over a month. So Epic 7 World Arena Championship will continue. This was only day number 2. And make sure there are lots of events if you have missed it, what it's all about. Of course, if you log in, you can get that within the 24 hours of the beginning of the stream. But there are 2 more. Just make sure to go onto our Stowe official website to check everything out so you don't miss anything. And also on Twitch drops, even if the stream's over, if you go to other streams, it will still be alive. So just make sure you watch more than 15 minutes, have your account with the Twitch account, so make sure you to get everything, every single possible gold, leaves, because we will continue. Next time when we come back on Saturday, it will be day 3 with Global Server. Thank you for watching day number 2, and see you soon.
Hey, thanks everybody.
I'm feeling I'll be your energy. 오늘도 가게 문을 열고서 또다시 널 만날 준비를 해. 언제나 반복되는 everyday. 특별한 하루로서 뭘 할게. You're just my beautiful light. 너를 힘들게 하는 모든 걸 Oh, 하루 종일 엉망진창 everything's messed up 그림 없는 잔소리에 사고 먼지 파트너 지치고 힘들어 관두고 싶을 때